Chapter 1751. Yun Zhen shone, and the space around him twisted. A strange power appeared around him, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Qi. An unimaginable fluctuation rushed over, exceeding the world's extreme speed. With a pu sound, Yi Fan exploded, blasted into pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. That was actually Yun Heng's true body. His divine speed was unparalleled, and it was he who broke through the common sense of the universe. He was unparalleled in this world, affecting the stability of space and time. Just now, his speed was powerful to an incomprehensible level. The supreme beings in the great restricted regions all sucked in a cold breath of air. He was the celestial being who established the movement character secret, yet he was actually still alive. A streak of light rushed into the heavens from the restricted region. There were two individuals who recognized him, having a great grudge against him. Back then, when they were crossing tribulation to become emperors, they had suffered attacks. This person wanted to seize their Dao fruits. The unfettered celestial being was an ancient existence that moved unhindered throughout the age of legends. He was invincible and was known to be able to break through time and seek immortality. A figure like this should have died a long time ago, yet today, he appeared in his true body, leaving everyone shocked. They couldn't understand. Wasn't it rumored that he had long died in meditation? Although the two Emperor Path Masters in the restricted area were furious, they did not come out. They were watching, hoping that Yi Fan and this person would perish together. The unfettered celestial being created the Path's secret art, and it was unparalleled in the world. It was said that once one stepped into the domain of time, one could change the flow of time, recover one's youth, and increase one's lifespan. In the end, it was still proven that it could affect time, but it still couldn't change one's body. Yi Fan reconstructed his true body. He had a great accomplishment saint physique and half of his body had entered the realm of achieving Dao. Naturally, his recovery ability was amazing. In addition, he had mastered the being character formula, so he could almost recover to his original state in a single thought. It's useless. Everything will be useless against my secret character of Xing. Not even the secret character of Jia and the secret character of Zhe will work. If you force me to reveal my true form, you will only be walking on a path of no return, Yun Zhen said. He was extremely confident in his divine law, and he didn't even take the divine skills of venerable sovereign seriously. He looked down on the world, showing the arrogance and strength that a celestial being should have. Boom! Yun Zhen attacked once more, surpassing the speed of light. Time became chaotic, and it was impossible to see his figure. Pooh! Yi Fan's body exploded. Half of his body was blasted apart. He couldn't defend himself at all. That kind of speed was shocking. So powerful. Yi Fan sighed. He was truly impressed by the other party's profound mysteries. In this domain, the other party was definitely the number one since ancient times. No one could compare to him. Yi Fan's entire body glowed as he activated the secret art of travel to counter his opponent's secret technique. At the same time, with the enhancement of the secret art of all, his speed increased tenfold. When this happened, the universe collapsed, no longer stable, because there really was time power surging, seriously affected. Buzz! After an intense collision, Yi Fan was once again sent flying. A terrifying bloody hole appeared on his right shoulder, and the left half of his body had been turned into a bloody pulp. You want to fight me in my domain? Even if you have the all-secret character, it won't work. My Dao has reached a certain level, so I don't need any additional power. Yun Zhen said coldly. This was his method of becoming an emperor, so he had the qualifications to say this. No one was faster than him, and he was number one since ancient times. His research on the secret art of travel had long reached the heavens. Yi Fan didn't reply. Several secret techniques were activated at the same time, and the injuries on his body were all healed. His expression was incomparably serious as he walked forward step by step, confronting his opponent. However, in the following tens of clashes, Yi Fan's body was always covered in blood, and he suffered serious injuries again and again. He couldn't avoid his opponent's attacks at all. That kind of speed was incomparable, and no one in this world could evade it. If you can't, then you can. In this domain, all great emperors and celestial beings have to lower their heads to me, said Yun General. His hair was thick, and his silver pupils flowed with divine splendor. His sleeves fluttered, and he was indescribably aloof. In the past, he was called the unfettered celestial being, and there was naturally a reason for this. Because his speed was godly, others couldn't injure him, and it was rare for him to be in a difficult situation. Wang. The source energy of all things appeared. Yi Fan protected himself with the cauldron, releasing strand after strand of source energy. There were even 10,000 spirits that appeared. The Kunpeng, vermilion bird, heavenly dragon, and others circled around him, filling the cosmos and protecting him at the center. This cauldron isn't bad. If I merge it with my precious vase, it will become even more perfect. It won't be an issue for it to become an immortal artifact, said Yun General. He stared at the weapon above Yi Fan's head. Let's see if you have the life to take it. Yi Fan said. Yun Gen laughed and said, the cauldron is mine, and even your flesh and primordial spirit are mine. When he finished speaking, his expression became extremely cold, and he had already sublimated to the extreme. After this battle, it would be difficult for him to make it through the endless years. Only by seizing Yi Fan's natural luck could he extend his life. Hong. The great battle continued. The unfettered celestial being was like a dragon rising and a phoenix descending, moving arrogantly. Every time he took action, he was extremely confident and at ease, but at the crucial moment, he would always vanish. It was just too fast. Every single strike of his was destructive. His speed reached the limit, and when divine force was released, the power was matchless. As expected, there was an unmatched power. This type of method made even the ancient supreme beings in the restricted regions feel incomparable restraining fear. Dang! He struck the cauldron several times, leaving behind streak after streak of finger imprints, almost piercing through the cauldron. If it wasn't for the fact that it was an all-life source energy cauldron, it would have definitely turned into dust. He relied on his incomparable divine speed to break through the defense of the all-life source energy, and then his attacks arrived in front of Yi Fan, almost making him suffer a disaster several times. Yi Fan increased his speed again, using the soldier secret to restrict the unfettered celestial being. He used the fighting secret to attack, and the attainment secret to increase his speed. He used all of his power to fight a great battle against Yun General. This was an intense great collision rarely seen since ancient times. Yun Gen sublimated, equivalent to a great emperor taking action. Yi Fan didn't die after fighting him for so long, proving just how powerful he was. Pfft! Yi Fan spat out blood once again as he was sent flying. This time, he was hit by the opponent's emerald Aquarius bottle. Then, he was pressed down by the opponent's palm. His body split into pieces, and his saint blood splattered like rain. Do you think the more divine arts you know, the better? If you don't master them, you will never be able to touch the highest realm. Yun Gen sneered, every cultivator who achieves Tao sublimates in an extreme realm, reaching the highest realm. It's not that learning more is good, it will only distract you, and in the end, you won't be able to learn anything. The unfettered celestial being said while attacking. He looked down at Yi Fan with a hint of ridicule. In this world, he was probably the only one who dared to criticize Yi Fan's gains and losses as if he was teaching a junior a lesson. You said it yourself, everyone's Tao is different. How do you know that my cultivation won't work? Yi Fan was unmoved, and his gaze became even more resolute. Boom! Yi Fan suddenly activated his phenomenon to fight against the unfettered celestial being. He wanted to pull his opponent into his own chaotic realm and dissolve the latter's speed attack. And it worked. The phenomenon expanded, making it difficult for Yun Gen to enter. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and his speed was limited. Kill! Yi Fan's eyes burst with divine light as he punched forward with his celestial the arch fist. He did not doubt his battle prowess, the only thing he was wary of was his opponent's speed. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally had to use all his methods and fight with all his might. Boom! Then, a terrifying sound rang out. Yun Zhen disappeared from where he stood, and a strange light shot towards Yi Fan's head. Without a doubt, it was another godly speed, and this time, it was even more terrifying than before. Yi Fan immediately sank his cauldron and covered himself with it. Then, his entire body lit up, and a powerful aura burst out to block the attack. Clang! The cauldron shook, and cracks appeared all over it. Yi Fan attacked with his celestial the arch fist and hit a ray of flowing light. Although it was dispersed, many wrinkles appeared on his fist as if it had aged a lot. This made him gasp. This was the power of time. His opponent had used the line's secret art to its limit and had indeed stepped into the realm of time to attack him. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. He realized that his opponent's words were not without reason. When a secret art reached its limit, it would truly be invincible. There was no need for anything else. With a rumble, the unfettered celestial being spread his arms like an immortal phoenix spreading its wings or a divine ape jumping up and down. Boundless waves of Tao shot out, all of which contained the power of time. This was his trump card. Yi Fan understood that his opponent did not want to wait any longer. At this moment, he had launched his most terrifying attack. If he could not block it, it would truly end tragically. The line's secret art was so terrifying that no outsider could reach its limit. Since ancient times, only the unfettered celestial being could reach the acme of perfection and connect with immortals. Boom! Yi Fan shook the cauldron out. Tens of thousands of spirits danced in the air. Dragons, phoenixes, kunpangs, white tigers, and others covered the sky and earth, drowning the universe. Many great stars directly collapsed. However, at this moment, something horrifying happened. When the tens of thousands of spirits encountered those waves of Tao, they all silently aged. In the end, their flesh and blood dried up, turning into dried bones as they died of old age. In the universe, all the major races felt their scalps go numb. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? He could really control time. The unfettered celestial being was indeed terrifying. No wonder he was so conceited. Break! Shouted Yi Fan. He did not break any of the 9 secret arts and was still using them. At the same time, his right hand suddenly pulled and displayed the Wuxia secret art. He struck everything back to its original point and forcefully interrupted his opponent's technique. Boom! The unfettered celestial being staggered. Although the power of time did not completely dissipate, it was stagnant and almost interrupted. Yi Fan roared. His peerless attack power surged forward. Moreover, he reached out and grabbed an endless river of stars. Countless great stars smashed down like raindrops. Boom! The power of time was scattered and rushed in all directions. Many great stars exploded. You know quite a lot of secret arts, but you still can't stop this celestial being. Shouted Yun Zhen coldly. However, he was alarmed. Yi Fan had many secret arts, and all of them were very shocking. If he continued to evolve, he would definitely be a threat to him. He stood in the eternal body and displayed the Rho formula to the extreme. He attacked again, and this time, the power of time was even more majestic. He wanted to finish off Yi Fan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yi Fan used more secret arts, but this time, the main secret art was different. It was imitating vicious myriad divine transformation art. It turned all mysteries into decay and effectively stopped the flow of time. The unfettered celestial being's power of time was disrupted, and it was not as smooth as before. Let's see what other tricks you have, shouted Yun General. The two fought fiercely for another hour. Yi Fan was hit several times, and his body exploded. The power of time had caused great damage to him. If it wasn't for his peerless saint blood that quickly washed away the strange power, he might have died. The fierce battle reached the end. Yifan's entire body was burning. He used all of his secret arts, and the universe was boiling. The scriptures in his body were unceasing. All kinds of profound meanings were displayed, forming a sea of laws and secret arts. Even the vision was reflected in the sky. The unfettered celestial being's expression changed. He felt that something was wrong. As Yifan risked his life, even though his blood splashed and his body exploded from time to time, he didn't weaken. Instead, he was undergoing some kind of terrifying transformation. The laws around Yifan interweaved, and the scriptures formed dense runes. In addition to the vision, he seemed to be wrapped inside a cauldron. He was like a metamorphosed divine fetus. The 100 scriptures nurtured by the furnace. "You want to use me to transform? How dare you?" shouted Yunzhen angrily. He finally understood the other party's Tao. This young enemy was too bold. His body had been shattered many times, and he could die at any time, but he still wanted to comprehend the Tao and break through in this kind of situation. The 100 scriptures nurtured by the furnace, all kinds of methods burst forth, and all kinds of immortal light fused. The area around Yifan became a land of primal chaos, and he became the one that was about to transcend. This was the path he wanted to open. At this time, boundless primal chaos immortal light danced and wrapped around him. At the end of the evolution, could it be that he's going to become a primal chaos body? Yunzhen was shocked. He roared and rushed forward. Chapter 1752. Yunzhen slaughtered his way through the cosmos, displaying the secret character of line to its extreme. His entire body was sparkling and resplendent, his feather clothes fluttering in the wind. He was like a war immortal that was going to hack apart the enemy in front of him. 10,000 methods curled up here, Tao ripples boundless. Yifan was wrapped up by the dazzling divine chains of order, making him look like a great cocoon. Divine splendor poured down like rain, light beams filling the sky. At this moment, the natural laws of heaven and earth turned into tangible chains. Multicolored lights shone brilliantly, 10 different colors appeared at the same time. Multicolored lights overflowed, dense mists pervading the air, appearing brilliant and illusory. These laws of order were like molten metal, flowing within the blazing radiance, wrapping around Yifan, forming a cauldron and furnace, nurturing him within. The unfettered celestial being attacked several times. Even though it made Yifan cough out large mouthfuls of blood, it didn't shatter him to pieces again. This made his expression change. On the contrary, Yifan, in a desperate counterattack, danced through the 9 heavens, all types of blazing divine chains shooting out, blasting Yunzhen's body full of holes, causing him to explode once. "You truly surprised me, actually able to fight against me. If not for this poor Daoist's immortal shocking speed, this time, I really might have died under your hands," said Yunzhen. He stopped, standing in the distance, watching Yifan in the cauldron. His eyes were indescribable, and then he took a deep breath of innate essence. Just this action alone made countless stellar rivers in the cosmos dim, all of them turning into immortal essence, entering his body. The great races of the cosmos were all overwhelmed with shock. At this cultivation realm, what they took in and spat out was the star domain's most fundamental essence. If they intentionally did this, it would truly be a great disaster. The unfettered celestial being extended his arms, continuously forming imprints, displaying secret techniques. This was a sublimation of the secret character of line, developing it to an incomprehensible level. One of his palms became sparkling and translucent. Then, with a violent shake, a magical imprint was formed, slapping towards Yifan's location. Qi. The divine light was dazzling, the auspicious brilliance astonishing. This was an astonishing streak of immortal light, flying out from his palm, directly entering the cauldron that resembled metal liquid, about to penetrate Yifan's body. Light of time. Not even the creatures in the life-restricted region could remain calm. A few cries of alarm sounded, clearly deeply shaken. This was a terrifying divine technique that could threaten them. This ray of light was not very thick, but it penetrated the liquid laws around Yi Fan and was about to hit his body. Anything that involved time was absolutely heaven-defying. It was impossible for Yi Fan to touch it with his physical body. This kind of power was too strange. If he made the slightest mistake, he would lose a great deal of his lifespan. No one could afford that. With a light shout, the myriad chi cauldron flew down and stopped in front of him. The beam of light hit the cauldron with a loud clang. The wall of the cauldron was damaged and a hole appeared. In addition, the entire cauldron underwent a strange change. There was now a type of mottled color, as if it had been submerged in dust for tens of thousands of years. Traces of time covered it densely, making one's hair stand on end. What would happen if this hit a person's body? Everyone was shocked. The 9 great celestial beings were terrifying as expected. Every single one of them had reached the pinnacle of their own domain. No one could compare to them, and they were already close to immortals. The unfettered celestial being operated the power of time like this wasn't easy for him either. This was a heaven-defying action. Time and the passage of time were taboo, and his own consumption wasn't small either. After adjusting his breathing, his eyes became incomparably cold. After a short period of peace, Yun Zhen roared loudly and suddenly went crazy. He was no longer as carefree and otherworldly as before. At this moment, he became an angry lion. His entire body shone resplendently as he attacked fiercely. From the tip of his finger, beam of light flew out one after another, turning into a blazing waterfall. It was as if a divine waterfall fell from the 9 heavens, and they all struck towards Yi Fan to destroy him. Light of time. Every beam of light contained this kind of power. At this point in the battle, Yun Zhen used the forbidden divine ability. He didn't want to drag things out for too long, and he hoped to suppress Yi Fan in the shortest amount of time possible. Everywhere in the cosmos, it was deathly silent. Everyone was trembling. So much light of time danced about. Who could stop it? Yi Fan's expression had long changed. He activated the myriad energy cauldron and fiercely resisted. In just a short moment, more than 10 small holes appeared on his cauldron. It was extremely damaged, and the terrifying power of time densely covered it. It made the entire cauldron overflow with an ancient aura, as if it had been passed down from the primordial era. This was a bitter battle. During this time, Yi Fan spat out essence blood and turned into his own body. He used his blood body to die in place of his opponent several times. The existences in the forbidden region were all silent. Only after a long time did someone speak. The unfettered celestial being is terrifying indeed. He is worthy of being an expert from the legendary era. Even if we go out, we might suffer greatly. We might even die. Light of time, a heaven-defying taboo power. It is truly difficult to deal with. It can even kill an imperial Dao expert. This was the ancient emperor's evaluation of Yun Zhen's battle prowess. One could imagine how terrifying he was. At the same time, it also showed how powerful Yi Fan was. He had resisted until now and still hadn't died. Passively taking a beating wasn't Yi Fan's style. He unleashed all kinds of techniques and almost went berserk. Immortal essence flowed out from every pore of his body as he released laws. Strange phenomena, 9 secrets, flying immortal power, Wuxia technique, celestial emperor fist. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a 1,000-armed ancient immortal. He fought until the heaven and earth shattered and returned to the primordial era. All kinds of light beams flew towards Yun. General murderous intent spread out and the primal chaos overflowed, drowning this place. Even though the unfettered celestial being possessed extreme speed, he was still hit several times by the divine laws that filled the sky. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood as cracks appeared all over his body. He was seriously injured. This was a bitter battle. Yi Fan risked his life and was prepared to drag Yun Zhen down with him. His indomitable will to fight made the unfettered celestial being shudder. The more the young man fought, the more courageous he became. His eyes shone brighter and brighter. The chaotic cauldron was a serious threat to Yun Zhen. The cauldron nurtured by the 100 scriptures actually began to refine Yun Zhen's light of time and gain defensive power. What kind of shocking change was this? When this happened, the unfettered celestial being's eyes widened. How was this possible? Nothing like this had ever happened since ancient times. Even if a venerable emperor came back to life, he could only suppress it with his absolute battle prowess. How could this be? Boom! The cauldron shone brightly. Yi Fan himself also felt this change. He discovered that all kinds of scriptures and techniques were beginning to fuse. Especially those secret techniques that could restrain the Xing character, such as the Wuxia scripture, which absorbed the power of the cauldron and pushed some of the light beams of time back to their original point. The same was true for the omni-deity art, which diluted Yun Zhen's brilliant light rain. Yi Fan understood. The cauldron nurtured by the 100 scriptures was developing the secret of the chaotic body. It could absorb all kinds of Tao and refine them into a cauldron, turning them into its own divine laws and power. Boom! This place was shattered. The galaxy of the universe was smashed into star ruins. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head was riddled with holes, but his eyes were blazing. He formed the seal of time with his left hand and the seal of universe with his right. He did his best to draw upon the power of the universe. Another shocking change occurred. The power of time gathered in Yi Fan's left hand, and the power of space surged in his right. On one side was the unfettered celestial being, and on the other side was the shattered void. He moved the heavens and moved the earth, taking in all of these. The 4 directions were called the universe, and from ancient times until now, they were called the universe. Yi Fan formed the seal of universe with his right hand to swallow the shattered void, and his left hand formed the seal of universe to draw upon the power of time. He let the two fuse, turning them into the God Law cauldron outside his body. All kinds of techniques boiled, and this place became more and more dazzling. The sea of divine power surged into the sky. "Junior, how dare you use me?" Yun Zhen was furious. The power of time wasn't that useful anymore. A part of it was absorbed by the sticky God Law swamp outside Yi Fan's body. This was mainly due to the great effects of the Wuxia technique, the omni-divine technique, and Yi Fan's seal of universe. They guided the God Law of time to join in, making this place seem like the creation of heaven and earth. All kinds of laws appeared, and the aura of primal chaos became denser and denser. In the end, the God Law cauldron outside Yi Fan's body actually began to transform into primal chaos, swallowing all kinds of techniques. The unfettered celestial being sucked in a breath of cold air. Was he really going to form the primal chaos body? He had speculated it the moment he saw it, and now it seemed to be true. Bewilderment came from the few restricted areas. The power of the bloodline of the primal chaos body was heaven-defying. Apart from the innate saint body, there was almost no one that could compare to it. Once it appeared, even the supreme beings would be afraid. All kinds of divine technique attacks were practically useless against it. It could swallow up the 8 desolates and contain all techniques in the universe. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the ancient supreme beings were no exception. The primal chaos body had appeared before in the legendary era. Before it had even achieved the Tao, it had already set off endless waves, shaking the world. Could it be that Yi Fan was really going to evolve into a primal chaos body? This was everyone's question. At this moment, they were incomparably shocked. The eyes of the ancient supreme beings in the restricted areas erupted with divine radiance. Yi Fan himself was also a bit puzzled. The furnace nurtured the 100 scriptures, so how did it transform to this step? He ultimately transcended in order to comprehend all methods. The primal chaos wasn't his Tao, so how could it be like this? Suddenly, he was a bit horrified. He felt that something wasn't right. Not only did the 10,000 techniques merge and slowly turn into a primal chaos cauldron, even he himself was about to return to nothingness and turn back into primal chaos. This isn't my method. It wants to turn me into a part of the laws of heaven and earth. This isn't my Tao. He woke up with a start. His Tao was to transcend, to go against the flow and break free from the shackles of the entire universe. Ever since the immortal three severs of the Tao, this was already destined. The primal chaos wasn't his Tao. This was to make him return to this world and refine him into a part of the cosmos. I have to break free and transform from the extreme of the primal chaos. Otherwise, I'll destroy myself on this path sooner or later. Yi Fan came to a realization. However, right now, he had to walk on this path and walk towards the primal chaos. He still hadn't reached the extreme of the path yet. This was a difficult immortal path. He could fall at every turn, and the slightest mistake would consign him to eternal damnation. Yi Fan's heart gradually calmed down. This was something that needed a long period of time to consider. He wasn't that anxious right now. He could draw closer to the primal chaos and walk towards it. Right now, this kind of dangerous transformation was the most effective method to deal with the unfettered celestial being. He held the immortal tear's green gold vase in his hand and supported his own method. Blazing beams of light shot out one after another, drowning out Yi Fan. However, the effects were getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, an hour passed. The unfettered celestial being was getting anxious. He didn't think that this battle would last for so long. His extreme sublimation had consumed too much energy and he couldn't hold on for too long. At this time, he already couldn't gain the upper hand. The primal chaos furnace outside Yi Fan's body was becoming more and more solid. It absorbed the light of time and was difficult to completely destroy. Even though Yi Fan's body was covered in wounds within the swamp of laws, and he had suffered heavy injuries time and time again in the past hour, even exploding along with the cocoon of light several times, he still managed to hold on. Yi Fan began to counterattack. The unfettered celestial being's extreme speed was useless against him. The chances of injuring him were getting fewer and fewer. Everyone sighed. At this point in the battle, everyone knew that Yi Fan had reversed the situation. Yun Zhen wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer and would undoubtedly be defeated. What a pity, I'm getting old. Otherwise, even if the primal chaos body came, would still kill it without hesitation. The unfettered celestial being sighed. He couldn't hold on any longer. It was difficult to maintain his extreme sublimation state and he was about to fall. Boom! Yi Fan rushed over with all methods. The primal chaos furnace trembled and smashed towards the unfettered celestial being. In this violent collision, Yun Zhen's body cracked and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying. Chasing the Tao, chasing the immortals, asking the heavens if it can be eternal, the long river of time, appear. The unfettered celestial being roared and light flooded the universe. This was his final attack and the battle was about to end. Chapter 1753. A river appeared. At first, it flowed slowly, but then, it became rapid, surging and roaring as it rushed towards Yi Fan. The river of time. This wasn't a true river, but the embodiment of a type of law. The flowing aura of time covered the sky and earth, releasing tens of thousands of thunderous roars. Carefree celestial being fought with his life on the line. He could only release one last attack. This was the most dazzling moment of his life. He had reached the most powerful state with unparalleled offensive power. The brilliance drowned out the cosmos. No one could see clearly. At this moment, Yun Zhen used the river of time to slash not only Yi Fan, but also himself and the entire cosmos. He wanted to use the river of time to destroy this place and open up a path in the cosmos to communicate with the other world. This was the last heaven-defying attack. Boom! A world-shocking collision occurred. This place was covered in layers of mist. The immortal river surged and the primal chaos surged. When everything ended, carefree celestial being staggered. His entire body was covered in blood and the precious vase in his hand shattered. Tens of thousands of Dao wailed in the world. Everything was ruined and unrecognizable. He had failed in the end. He had created the divine character and stepped into the domain of time, but in the end, he was defeated by this Dao law and killed by time. He released the final attack, injuring the enemy, splitting the sky, and also killing himself. Yifan's celestial emperor body formed from the phenomenon was obliterated by the river of time, turning his true body into withered bones. The primal chaos cauldron also decayed. His true body was sent flying and the energy cauldron was broken into pieces. Yifan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had avoided the attack of time, but he couldn't avoid the fluctuations of the unparalleled divine power. He suffered extremely serious injuries. His entire body was covered in blood, but just now, he had also released his most powerful attack. Tens of thousands of laws exploded and blasted into his opponent's body. Yifan knew that carefree celestial being wouldn't be able to live much longer. Whether it was the slash of time or the primal chaos, they had both injured his primordial spirit. Yunzhen was now old and didn't have the energy to defy the heavens. Carefree celestial being laughed towards the sky. His expression was complicated and his emotions were difficult to understand. The space between his brows had long split open and blood flowed out. At this moment, the river of time flowed in reverse and smashed into his body. Boom! He was incredibly old, his entire body's flesh withered up, turning into white bones. Time had worn him away. All of a sudden, he exploded and turned into space dust. A person who studied time was ultimately defeated in his own field. The great Tao of heaven and earth rumbled. Just now, all of the Tao was almost hacked apart, turning this place into a land of disaster. All of the stars turned into fine powder. Apart from Yifan and his weapon, there was nothing left. The curtains fell on this battle, and it ended in a way that shocked everyone, but also made them want to remain silent. The celestial being of a generation fell, turning into smoke, once again proving to the world that time was merciless. Even the most powerful supreme being would reach their end one day. Yifan was in the independent cosmos, absorbing the divine force storms of all directions to repair his body. He suffered heavy injuries, but his life wasn't in danger, so he could recover. A celestial being had died, killed by Yifan in the cosmos. This was a super major event with far-reaching effects. After a moment of silence, the entire cosmos erupted with commotion. Yifan defied the law to attack the celestial being and actually succeeded, establishing an immortal legend that shook the 10 wastelands. The cosmos was no longer calm, triggering a great commotion that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An unmatched expert shone with dazzling radiance, dazzling past and present. Yifan put away the fragments of the immortal tear green golden vase and the dried branch, disappearing from this place. He appeared in another ancient region and began to frantically devour spiritual essence to repair himself. Through the spell formation, through the eye of the formation, the cultivators who were observing him from many star fields away trembled and shouted out. Attacking a life-restricted region was something they didn't even dare think about in the past, but after this battle, the people of the world were shaken. Yifan's performance toppled their understanding. This was as if they had returned to that glorious and brilliant desolate era where heroes emerged in large numbers. The people of the restricted regions became silent. Yifan rose up in this way, first killing the overlord body, and then killing the unfettered celestial being. How could they not feel restraining fear? This was a battle accomplishment that made them feel apprehensive. A supreme being who had ascended was still defeated. Everyone thought of themselves. What would they do if they had to face a divine body one day? Living in this kind of era made the people of the restricted regions feel extremely uncomfortable. Their lives were under threat. As existences of this level, when had they ever thought about their own safety like this because of a single person? This made them furious. In the void, Yi Fan sat cross-legged for several days. He finally recovered and didn't suffer any destructive injuries. With his current blood energy, treating serious injuries wasn't much. When Yi Fan opened his eyes again, electricity appeared in the void, and the cosmos trembled because of him. He comprehended quite a bit from this battle, experiencing the terror of great Emperor Wuk. What he said isn't without reason. When a type of technique reaches its peak, it is enough to become unmatched under the heavens. If you focus on one domain, there will be a day when you will rise above the 9 heavens. Yi Fan said to himself. The other party entered the domain of time from the line's secret art, reaching great heights, leaving him greatly shaken. Meanwhile, he cultivated many types of techniques, and wanting to cultivate all of them to the peak was easier said than done. However, everyone's path was different, and he wouldn't waver. He understood his own path, and he had to unswervingly continue down it. Several days later, Yi Fan returned to Big Dipper. His appearance caused a huge commotion. He came again. Could it be that he still wanted to enter the restricted region to fight against ancient supreme beings? Everyone was stupefied, all of them revealing looks of disbelief. As for the few restricted regions, the atmosphere was tense. There were cold gazes staring at them quietly. If Yi Fan really went too far, they naturally had to come out and fight. In the end, Yi Fan entered the great wasteland where the Sea of Reincarnation was. Only the mountain gate was left, and the true sea was gone. It had been razed to the ground. From this day forth, the Sea of Reincarnation will no longer exist in this world. Yi Fan's voice sounded, shaking the boundless great earth. His large hand reached out, turning this place into fine powder, making this life-restricted region, the Sea of Reincarnation, completely turn into the clouds and smoke of history, becoming a thing of the past, never to be seen again. Only now did the people of this world know that with the death of the unfettered celestial being, the Sea of Reincarnation was destroyed, not a single person left inside. A life-restricted region was gone just like that? The entire world was shocked. Wiping out a supreme being was shocking, but flattening a life-restricted region made everyone tremble even more. This was a magnificent feat since the dawn of time. Heavens, one of the 7 great life-restricted regions actually disappeared all of a sudden, forever flattened. The great completion holy body Yi Fan really defied the heavens after all. The world was in an uproar. News spread to every region. This was an unimaginably glorious feat. The destruction of a restricted region truly had too great of an effect. Everyone knew that this wasn't the work of Yi Fan alone. During the ancient era, the Void Emperor fought all over the place, entering the Sea of Reincarnation more than once, personally killing 1 or 2 people. Meanwhile, during the Darkness Chaos 300 years ago, the Sea of Reincarnation also lost a supreme being. After more than 100,000 years of continuous deaths, only then did Yi Fan have a chance of flattening this place. It could be said that flattening a life-restricted region wasn't something a single generation could accomplish. This was the result of great emperors working together. This allowed everyone to see hope. The darkness chaos was too terrifying. If the remaining restricted regions only had 1 or 2 people left, then in the future, they might very well be flattened one after another. Just like this time, the Sea of Reincarnation disappeared, truly never appearing on Emperor Burial's star again. How many heroes were buried in the restricted regions, how many heroes' blood splashed across the ancient land? I hope they can be flattened in the end. This was the wish of many people. Yi Fan made a circle around Big Dipper. No one in the remaining restricted regions uttered a word. The restricted region heirs that were roaming outside all fled back to their families, not daring to appear again. Not long ago, they still wanted to unleash a great slaughter on the celestial court, wipe out Yi Fan's inheritance, but now, they completely lost their temper, not daring to meet Yi Fan, only able to stay far away. Yi Fan restrained his own aura and walked about the great earth, walking through every great desolate land, searching for old memories. Unfortunately, the great rivers and mountains were preserved, but Gai Jiuyo, white-clothed divine king, and the others would never return. Yi Fan was emotional. He silently offered sacrifices in some old places, but he couldn't find any corpses. He could only reminisce in the places they roamed about when they were alive. Brother Yi. The Jade Lake Holy Lady appeared, her exceptional appearance carrying a complicated expression. She invited him into the Jade Lake. Not long ago, they were competitors of the same generation, but now, the other party was already a legendary figure who could fight against supreme beings. Yi Fan nodded and entered the Jade Lake, wanting to take a look at the Stone King. No matter how he calculated, the divine fetus should be born within 5,000 years. Now, he was no longer afraid of this woman, regardless of whether she was good or evil. At the level of the holy body, Yi Fan was confident that he could suppress her. Oh, will she become a supreme woman in the future? Yi Fan stared at the 9 orifices divine fetus. Inside the sparkling strange stone sat a woman with her eyes closed. She was a bit afraid of his arrival, and her body trembled slightly. I hope to be able to fight alongside you in the future. A divine thought was transmitted from the stone as a reply. Yi Fan smiled, nodded, and didn't say anything. The news that Yi Fan had entered the Jade Lake spread throughout the Big Dipper, and the eastern wasteland was in an uproar. Many great powers were moved, and the masters of the great sects all moved to the Jade Lake to pay their respects. On this day, no one knew how many people came, and the Jade Lake's mountain gate was almost broken. If they weren't allowed to enter, many people would directly sit outside the mountain gate, unwilling to leave. Please allow us to have an audience with the master of the celestial court. Everyone longed to see the great holy body, and even the people of the same generation as Yi Fan in the past were like this. The people of the Jade Lake were in a difficult position. Now, Yi Fan's status was very different, and he was someone who was at the same level as the ancient emperors. He couldn't be seen casually, and they were afraid of offending the great holy body. Yi Fan sighed softly. Time had changed a lot. In the past, the saintess of the Jade Lake could joke with him, but now it was like this. Not only this peerless saintess, but the others were also like this. They were in fear and trepidation towards him, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. This wasn't the result he wanted, but it couldn't change the fact that the ancient emperors were so high that everyone could only look up to them, and they didn't dare to blaspheme them. Yi Fan met everyone, and he even lectured for 3 days, dispelling everyone's doubts, discussing cultivation methods, and explaining the true meaning of the Great Path. During this period of time, quite a few people came from the outer realms. After hearing that he was lecturing here, many experts came with the heart of a saint. Yi Fan saw a few familiar people, such as the great Xia Prince Xia Yiming, the white-clothed little nun, and a young girl who resembled Princess Yu Dai. Only after asking did he find out that she was the porcelain doll he met in the past, Princess Yu Dai's child. My mother passed away during the darkness chaos. She sadly shed tears. When Yi Fan heard this, he sighed softly. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the Dao platform and lectured. Scriptures filled the sky, scattering down and turning into a large rain of light. Everyone was greatly moved, and they entered a state of Dao comprehension. Within the crowd, Feng Huang's expression was complicated. She was also listening from below. This realm was difficult to reach in this lifetime, and she could only sigh softly. Chapter 1754. Yi Fan lectured on scriptures and laws, expounding on the true meaning of the great Tao that existed in the world. He explained many wondrous principles and made many people feel enlightened. For 7 whole days, Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the cliff. The Tao platform there emitted a precious radiance, and he looked dignified like a Buddha or a great demon. His chanting reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, making people unable to extricate themselves. Dao lotuses grew one after another in the void, sparkling and translucent petals fell from the sky, divine springs gurgled on the ground, and the entire jade pool was overflowing with light and color, drowned by the boundless energy of the Tao. Those who came to listen to the scriptures all benefited. Those who benefited greatly felt their hearts become empty and directly comprehended the Tao, breaking through to another realm. Those who benefited less also comprehended secret arts and scriptures, deepening their understanding. This kind of accumulation was greatly beneficial to their future cultivation. This was the cultivation of a great completion saint physique. After several days of lecturing, a large group of people broke through. This trip was not in vain. Many people from the outer realms rushed over, filling up the empty space outside the Jade Lake. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Yi Fan's realm wasn't something they could look up to. He was truly high up above, comparable to the ancient emperors. Now that he had become a legendary expert, he could sweep through the cosmos for 100,000 years. At the end of the 7th day, Yi Fan stopped lecturing. A group of people came to greet him. Looking at the familiar faces and their respectful gazes, he knew that some things had changed with the passage of time. It would be difficult to return to the past. Even friends like the Xia Prince and the Jade Lake Saintess were very strict with him. This was enough to show that something was wrong. He didn't deliberately correct them and continued to drink and chat with them like before. After a long time, some of his old friends finally relaxed and no longer felt pressured by his identity and cultivation. Yao Yuekong came and laughed heartily. He and the Xia Prince poured wine into Yi Fan's mouths. Of course, those who had met him a few times and weren't too familiar with him weren't so relaxed. All of them sat upright and still, speaking carefully and cautiously. Meanwhile, the phoenix directly left and didn't come forward to meet him. "Brother Yi, are you going back now? Why don't you stay for a few more days?" Yao Yuekong asked. Yi Fan finished the wine in his cup and said, "Are you still treating me like an outsider? If you really want to see me, then go to the Celestial Court. The door is always open for you. We've fought side by side before, so there's no need to be like this." In the end, he directly said this. "Alright, we're being unreasonable. No matter what, you're still our brother Yi. Even if you surpass the Empyrean level in the future, it won't change the time when we roamed the eastern wasteland together. Brother, you should be like this. We will definitely go to the Heavenly Court. We might just stay there and not leave." Yao Yuekong and Prince Xia Yiming of the Grand Xia laughed out loud. They felt like they had returned to their younger days, when they dominated the eastern barren lands and the central plains, and the stone gambling competition in the northern region Divine City. "Brother Yi, this time, your divine might is matchless, wiping out a restricted region. The effects are too great, you have to be careful yourself. I'm sure the other forbidden zones will be especially wary of you. They might have some tricks up their sleeves," the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. "There's no need to worry. At the very least, they won't dare for the next 8,000 years. Yi Fan said as his eyes shot out towards the forbidden zones. "Senior Yi, after you leave, will they come out? For example, those children of the forbidden zones?" a young man asked timidly. "Yes, uncle. My mother died in the darkness, and one of my uncles was killed by those people not long ago." Princess Yudai's child, the porcelain doll, had already grown up and was about to cry. This child was very outstanding and had long since become an outstanding talent in the Big Dipper. However, she was indeed not a match for the children of the Forbidden Zones. She didn't have a good impression of the Forbidden Zones at all. In the past, when he was in the Bei Do Star region, there were two people among the younger generation who had left a deep impression on Yi Fan. One was a young monk from the Western Desert, and the other was a porcelain doll. They both had cultivation wisdom roots that ordinary people could not reach. "Don't worry, I won't let them cause trouble." Yi Fan had already gotten up. He stood on the stone cliff and released a sound wave. It wasn't that loud, but it engulfed the entire ancient star. If the children of the Forbidden Zones dare to act arrogantly and cause trouble, I will definitely wield weapons and slaughter them. These words weren't all that resounding and could be said to be quite calm. However, they still shook the various regions. This was a type of declaration, but also a type of warning. Yi Fan had established rules for the Great Forbidden Zones. Intolerable bullies. The expressions of those in the Forbidden Zones immediately changed. Those were the heirs of Emperor Dao experts. When had they ever been ordered around like this? Even their fathers wouldn't act like this. Meanwhile, Yi Fan didn't give them any face. He strictly warned them that if they dared to overstep, they would inevitably suffer a great disaster. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He rose up and tore open a golden crack in the heavens, disappearing from the Big Dipper star region and returning to the celestial court. Not long after, people discovered that the children of the Forbidden Zones had come out. Everyone was shaken. Could it be that Yi Fan's words didn't have any effect? Could it be that they had developed rebellious thoughts and wanted to bathe the world in blood? However, they were thinking too much. These people didn't make a move. Moreover, several days later, several of Yi Fan's disciples came to the Big Dipper star region to gain experience. Yi Tong and Yang Shi had obviously come for the children of the Forbidden Zones. They wandered around everywhere. One was about to break through, and the other was a battle-crazed madman who had received orders from his master to come here to guard the place. He's so awe-inspiring. He sent a few disciples here. Does he think he can intimidate us like this? Some people were dissatisfied and raised their eyebrows. However, that was all they could say. What else could they do? Could it be that they really had to provoke the people of Yi Fan's faction? Perhaps the great success Divine Physique was just lacking this kind of excuse. The children of the Forbidden Zones discovered with sorrow that ever since Yi Fan killed the unfettered celestial being, he could truly be called a supreme in this world. Even their fathers didn't want to provoke him. If they had a falling out, that person would definitely slaughter his way into the Forbidden Zones and forcefully force an ancient supreme being to ascend. Once their lifespan was reduced like this, it might be difficult for them to continue living in this world. Yi Fan slaughtered out a brilliant reputation. The people of the Big Dipper star region discovered that they were overthinking things. Many days had passed, and everything was still peaceful. Moreover, since Yi Fan's disciples had come, what else was there to worry about? The children of the Forbidden Zones were all subdued, not daring to act unbridled. Hua Hua, the third disciple who was the least diligent and had wasted too much time, was also going to cross tribulation. He chose to do so outside the Big Dipper star region. Komatsu carried a type of curiosity as he walked through the eastern wastelands, following his master's past footsteps. He wanted to see just how he reached this point. Yi Fan's 4 great disciples all appeared. Everyone became completely at ease, because they discovered with shock that the restricted zone child was purposely avoiding these people. In the end, he chose to travel further away or return to the Forbidden Land, not staying in the same region as them. Time passed slowly, several hundred years passing in a flash. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also reached 1,000 years of age. He mocked himself for becoming someone of the older generation, but his blood energy became even more exuberant. It was because the great success of the Divine Physique, along with several hundred years of consolidation and Tao comprehension, his body's condition reached its current peak. He had never been this powerful before, truly becoming unmatched in divine might. During this period of time, he tried several times, advancing towards the great Emperor realm. He wasn't satisfied with just reaching half his body in, wishing to squeeze the other half in as well. In the end, Yi Fan broke through again. He sublimated to the extreme, reaching the highest peak of his life, achieving the Tao through a different method. Unfortunately, he was just like his predecessors in the past, still lacking, unable to completely step into that domain. The great Tao was like shackles, restricting his steps, preventing him from taking the ultimate leap. Comparatively speaking, he was even stronger than several hundred years ago. After the great perfection of the Divine Physique, it sublimated to the extreme, truly unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. I might have reached the limit of what the divine physique can reach in this life. If I want to break through, it really is too difficult. Based on the path I deduced, 9 deaths 1 life, difficult to achieve anything. There was already no path ahead. After several hundred years, Yi Fan achieved the Tao through a different method, standing at the very peak of the human race's divine physique. After arriving here, he could only face endless darkness. The path was already cut off, an abyss ahead. Now, he needed to continue the path, so how was he supposed to change it? He was thinking to himself. Those ancient great sage bodies all stopped here, not a single one able to break through. Now, it was his turn. Could it be that he was also going to be stopped here? The broken path of the divine physique, I want to continue, I want to change it. He thought about it day and night, exhausting all of his efforts, using primal chaos as a furnace, almost melting himself away, but he still didn't succeed. The path ahead was broken, and it was difficult to step over. During these years, many things had happened, and one of them had a huge impact. Yang Shi and Yi Tong had fought against the 3 otherworldly deities, and the 2 of them had completely wiped them out in the Ziwei Star region. This matter caused a huge uproar, and it even caused a large hand to stretch out from the undying mountain, grabbing towards the 2 of them and almost grabbing them away. Yi Fan was startled, and he came out at the right time. His true body stepped on the heaven and earth, and with a stomp, he shattered the large hand. This storm was extremely huge, and the entire universe was trembling. A battle between supreme beings was about to erupt, and the atmosphere in the universe was extremely tense. In the end, that supreme being restrained himself and said, "See you on the flying celestial planet." During this terrifying conflict, people also learned that the flying celestial planet was about to undergo a strange change. After several hundred years, perhaps an opportunity for the ancient supreme beings to appear was about to appear again. Stone Emperor, could it be that you're still alive? At that time, Yi Fan's eyes were ice cold. He sensed the aura of another person from that person's body, the Stone Emperor. The storm had passed for 100 years, and Yi Fan stood at the forefront of the broken path of the Saint Physique. He was not afraid of a battle with the archaic emperor, but he also had to make preparations. An earth-shattering battle was about to arrive. On the flying celestial planet, the central seal was cracked, and all kinds of flying celestial lights shot out. Auspicious clouds illuminated the world, and one could vaguely see the great scene of the immortal domain. Will the demonic earth that was sealed in the Age of Legends be the opportunity to become an immortal? Legend has it that an immortal once descended on the flying celestial planet and suppressed several great demon sovereigns. Is he going to appear this time? Before the previous wave had subsided, another wave arose. When Yi Fan was about to reach the end of 1,000 years, the flying celestial planet underwent a strange change, and it attracted the attention of the powerful races of the major galaxies. The Forbidden Zone was also no longer peaceful. A golden age, ha. Someone laughed bitterly. The so-called rise of kings and the arrival of a golden age was truly a type of irony. It hadn't even been 1,000 years, and a supreme being was going to appear in this world again? A golden age will appear, and it will arrive after several thousand years. There will be a magnificent scene of 100 vessels vying for the current. In the end, they will compete for the great Tao, and there will be a confrontation at the peak. Those who become emperors will appear in the future, someone predicted. And this time, a supreme being was going to appear in this world again. Who would care about what would happen after several thousand years? Whether or not an immortal could be seen after the chaos. Chapter 1755. The only fortunate thing was that there was a powerful holy physique, Yi Fan. He had once killed the ancient celestial being who had ascended to the extreme. Now, he was the ruler of the mortal world and was unrivaled. He was a person of this era. His blood energy was as vigorous as the sea, suppressing the cosmos and starry rivers. He was in his prime, and this was far superior to the ancient emperors. No one dared to fight against him. Perhaps he could intimidate the emperors. However, this was only a bit of consolation. Most people were still trembling. After all, there was only one holy physique, and the number of ancient supreme beings was unknown. Is this battle really coming? Immortal ascension again, how many people have you harmed? I hate the golden era, I hate this immortal path, I hate all those who have achieved the Tao. You all should die. Many people were cursing in every part of the world. Miserable winds and miserable rains filled the world, and many people were in fear. The dark turmoil had left them with wounds that had yet to truly heal. Many generations of mortals had changed, but many cultivators had lived through that era. Many people had lost their loved ones and felt bloody pain. I hope that this era's flying immortal star will explode and turn into the greatest calamity since ancient times. It will bury all the supreme beings and end the dark turmoil of the mortal world. A white-haired elder roared while weeping blood. During the great battle on the path of immortality, it was fine if the supreme beings died. However, if they needed to replenish their essence energy because of the tribulation, it would be an unbearable burden. There had been too much blood and pain in the past. When the path of immortality flourishes, the lower-level cultivators suffer. When the path of immortality declines, the lower-level cultivators also suffer. Someone sighed. The vision and hopes of the supreme beings had nothing to do with the lower-level cultivators. The ones who would suffer in the end would be the weak. The flying immortal star underwent a strange change. Its mysteries hadn't even been revealed yet, but the entire cosmos was already restless. There had never been a world like this before. Not even 1,000 years had passed, yet the path of immortality was about to become chaotic twice. This was a miracle that had never happened since ancient times. In the eyes of the lower-level cultivators, this was an unprecedented great demonic tribulation. Those who had experienced it personally and faced endless blood and bones still trembled when they thought about it. As soon as the clues appeared, the powerful clans began to frantically move. They couldn't experience another great tribulation. Which star area was the most desolate, which star area was the most desolate, which star area was isolated from the rest of the world, would become their target. An unprecedented great migration of the universe had begun. Many life-ancient lands and powerful races disappeared, heading towards the desolate borders of the cosmos, entering dead star systems no one had ever set foot in before. The cosmos was the first to enter great chaos. The celestial court did not panic. Even though there were all sorts of rumors in the outside world recently, they still followed their orders. Everything was stable, and no one was panicking. The holy body Yifan might not be able to protect the entire universe, but it was enough to protect the celestial court. All the celestial soldiers and celestial generals firmly believed that the road ahead would not be bleak. Only the upper echelons of the celestial court were a little nervous, because the Black Emperor, Dongfangyi, Li Tian, and the others knew that Yifan had a knot in his heart. He missed his good friend Ji Zi, Jiang Taishu, and Gai Jiuyo, who were as important as his father, and he couldn't forget them. He had to take revenge. In particular, when he received the news that the Stone Emperor was still alive, Yifan had been sitting there for 100 years, gazing at the undying Big Dipper. People knew that once the war started, he would definitely rush over and find a chance to kill the Stone Emperor. I'm ready for the war, but before that, I'll open up 10 pure lands for you. No one will be able to discover or break them. The celestial court will split into 10 parts and hide in them separately, Yifan said. Everyone sighed, knowing that he had made up his mind to fight. Perhaps in the end, he would not only be facing an ancient supreme. This would be a bloody battle between great emperors. Don't worry, I'll come back alive because I definitely can't die. The vast battle map that I've mentioned before has yet to be unfolded, but it will definitely come true. Yifan promised. This was the truth. He really couldn't die, or else many people would die because of him. The children of the restricted areas would definitely start a massacre against the battle divisions of the Celestial Court. As long as he was still alive, it would be a kind of deterrence. In the end, no one would dare to make a move, and they would have to constantly attack to protect everything. Cult Master, we have a feeling that the Great Tribulation of the flying celestial planet this time will be very special, but we don't dare to deeply calculate it. Gu Lin and Gu Fei walked over. Nearly 1,000 years had passed, and this pair of siblings had become the most mysterious divine diviners of the Celestial Court. Have you also sensed it? Asked Yi Fan. This pair of siblings were indeed astonishingly talented. During this period of time, he had also been constantly deducing and grasping the secret word for. He hoped to occasionally have a flash of inspiration and see a corner of the future. He had always been trying to capture it, and he had always felt that this time would be extraordinary. Hearing them say this, the others were also astonished. The Black Emperor pondered for a long time, but unfortunately, he, who was originally the most intelligent, had exhausted his ability to predict the unknown due to the previous time when the space between his brows had lit up like fire. He could no longer use the secret word for to deduce anything. Use your talents to boldly deduce the future. I'll bear all the terrifying consequences, said Yi Fan after some thought. His strength had reached this realm, and he had the confidence to resist the most terrifying great tribulation in the world. Under his protection, he could shift the cause and effect of the disaster to others within a certain range. Won't this be very dangerous? Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others all frowned. They were afraid that an accident would happen to him. Don't worry, no matter how terrifying it is, it's just the strongest attack of a great emperor. It won't be difficult for me, said Yi Fan calmly. Gu Fei and Gu Lin looked at each other. Finally, under Yi Fan's encouragement, they calmed down and sat cross-legged on a huge white turtle shell. They faced each other as if they had transformed into yin and yang, and began to deduce. They were originally spiritual children, and yin and yang stood side by side, mutually resolving calamities. Now, with such a promise from Yi Fan, they could naturally be at ease and act boldly. Everyone retreated, far away from this isolated island floating in the universe. Mist pervaded the air, and a mysterious aura emerged. This place had become a field of chaos. The white turtle shell was found by Yi Fan when he was traveling in the chaotic universe 200 years ago. It was suspected to be the remains left behind by the black turtle before achieving the Tao, and it had an indescribable power. At this moment, milky white brilliance flowed and blended with the chaotic chi, drowning the siblings. Runes lit up one after another on the turtle shell, turning into mysterious scriptures that lined up here. Apart from using their own divination techniques, Gu Fei and Gu Lin were also operating the former secret word. The two were connected to the Tao heart of heaven and earth, and at this moment, a wave of light appeared in front of them. It was as if they had seen a corner of the blurry future. Yes, even Yi Fan could feel an aura of the future spreading out. Boom! In the center of the sky, a beam of immortal light from the absolute beginning struck down, intertwined with five-colored divine light and flowing with the essence of primal chaos. It was incomparably terrifying, and then it gathered lightning from all directions, covering the area below. Everyone was shocked. This was the divine tribulation of a great emperor, and it was definitely an unparalleled lightning that could injure an ancient emperor. It was difficult for them to imagine what Gu Lin and Gu Fei had seen to actually trigger such a calamity. It was too much to use it to strike down two people with low cultivation. Rise! Amidst the endless emperor's tribulation, Yi Fan shouted loudly. His vision expanded and covered this divine island, protecting the siblings. He reversed the situation and directed all the calamity towards himself. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The universe seemed like it was about to dry up. Yi Fan's fist power overflowed into the sky, forcefully resisting the unparalleled divine tribulation and defeating it. Fortunately, this great tribulation was just a strike from the heavens, and it wasn't a boundless and endless emperor-level divine punishment. When the light disappeared, the divine island was unharmed. However, there were many cracks on the white turtle shell. This shocked the people who rushed over. However, when they saw that the pale-faced Gu Fei and Gu Lin were unscathed, they finally relaxed. "What did you guys see?" the Black Emperor asked. The others were also very nervous as they looked at the siblings. It was a vast expanse, extremely blurry. There were many lights and shadows, but I couldn't see clearly. This is an unpredictable future. Gu Fei's face was completely pale as he spoke. Yes, the future cannot be predicted. Gu Lin also spoke like this. Everyone was dumbfounded. This time, it was definitely not a small matter. Was it already like this before they could even predict it? This kind of calamity was too terrifying. The road ahead made them feel uneasy. Voila! Suddenly, the white tortoise shell shattered, turning into pieces that scattered all over the divine island. The island was unharmed, so why did it shatter? Even Yi Fan was shocked. This was the remains left behind by a supreme being before achieving the Tao. It was sturdy and undying, yet it actually broke apart just like that. This is a divine armor, a divine object of innate divination. It divined the future. Suddenly, the siblings cried out loudly. They understood a corner of the future from the shattered tortoise shell. They were incomparably shocked, and even their lips began to tremble. What happened? Everyone asked. There will be a great calamity. A few of the most powerful emperors and emperors will die. When this sentence was spoken, everyone's minds were greatly shaken. As expected, it was going to be another bitter battle. What else? Hua Hua asked. We are going to see immortals in this world. Someone has become an immortal. Gu Lin and Gu Fei loudly spoke the ultimate secret they had seen through. With just this sentence, the entire cosmos rumbled like thunder, making the heavens shake violently. Many cultivators from all over the world raised their heads and looked towards the sky in confusion. They were incredibly bewildered. Someone was going to ascend to immortality in this world, and it was on that star with the same name. This news was earth-shattering and shook the celestial court. Even Yi Fan was stupefied. Since ancient times, how many human emperors and emperors of powerful races sought immortality? They wanted to break into another world, break through the undying, and seek immortality. However, they all failed. Now, someone was saying that someone was going to ascend to immortality in this world and would succeed. How could they not be shocked? This was unprecedented since ancient times. A miracle was about to take place. Immortals were going to appear in this world. This was a great event that had never happened before. The celestial court was in an uproar. They were incomparably shocked. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. The greatest opportunity to become an immortal was going to appear in the near future. If they could grasp it, then they would create history. This time, the flying immortal star's great calamity exceeded my expectations. Yi Fan sighed softly. He felt that it was necessary to change his strategy. If there really was hope of becoming an immortal, he naturally had to bring along the celestial court's troops. Rumble, in the ancient flying immortal star's central sealed area, stone tablets rose from the ground one after another. They towered above the surface, tall and majestic, mysterious and ancient. On top of them, there were many densely packed words engraved. It was unknown which era they belonged to, and it was impossible to understand them. Is this a cemetery of immortals and demons? Can we fight our way into the immortal world from here? An ancient supreme being transformed into a void image and arrived here ahead of time. Chapter 1756. Since there is hope of becoming an immortal, then we have to make other preparations. I will open up the 10 great pure lands. You all wait quietly. If I get the opportunity to become an immortal, I will guide you all through it together, Yi Fan said seriously. They had to fight for it in this era. The prophecy of flying immortals had actually appeared, and history was about to be created. Everyone in the life-forbidden zone would definitely come to conquer it. Needless to say, there would be an unimaginably intense clash soon. All the emperors would rise up and fight for the path of immortals. Perhaps they would fight until the universe was shattered. "Father, you must be careful." A young girl was full of worry. Hundreds of years had passed, and little Violet had grown up. She was elegant and beautiful, but now she was a little worried. She was very similar to Jizue. Usually, she was playful and cute, full of youth and vigor. She was well liked in the celestial court. Yi Fan rubbed her head and said, "Don't worry. I messed it up," little Violet mumbled, her black hair flowing with luster. The group of children had all grown up, each of them stunning geniuses, surpassing their parents. Many of them had surpassed their parents, making the celestial court more and more prosperous. The only one that didn't change was little Nan Nan. She was still so young, fair and tender, cute and innocent. She was still the little one that everyone wanted to protect. "Uncle, let us go with you to the path of immortals." Li Heishui's boy and Dongfang Ye's child were the most active. They all revealed hopeful expressions. They didn't want to enter the path of immortals, they clearly wanted Yi Fan to bring them there to experience it. "You guys better behave." Dongfang Yi knocked their heads one by one. The celestial court was full of talents with endless potential. When the group of children grew up, they would be able to support the sky and prosper. Next, Yi Fan started to get busy. He was opening up the sky. Chaotic energy surged, and the myriad energy cauldron rose and fell, absorbing all the innate essence in the pure lands he had opened up. At his level, opening up a divine domain was naturally not a problem. It wasn't difficult to decorate it with real stars, because people at this level could do so. Yi Fan wanted to establish 10 great pure lands for the celestial soldiers and generals to take refuge in. During the process of splitting open the sky, his disciples and the important figures of the celestial court were all watching. This was not a small world, but a true divine realm. It was worth observing and comprehending. Yi Fan's magic force surged as it derived life and death, established the absolute beginning, stabilized the world, and recreated stars. The methods he revealed were truly admirable. When splitting open the sky in the primal chaos, one would occasionally come across some strange materials. Some of them were extremely precious, and it was difficult to find a second one. However, apart from great emperor-level characters, it was impossible for others to split open the sky and earth like this. It was shocking that Yi Fan wanted to open up 10th heaven. Ding! A light sound rang out. When the 8th layer of heaven was opened, a streak of scarlet light flickered, colliding with the all-life source cauldron. It actually didn't shatter, and there was even flowing light that flew out. "We dug up a primal chaos immortal treasure." Hua Hua cried out, extremely excited. He wasn't as fast as the Black Emperor. With a swipe of his paw, Big Black directly pressed down on his bald head. He rushed over first and opened his mouth to bite. In terms of treasure-snatching ability, apart from Duanda, no one could compare. "Uncle Black Emperor, what are you doing?" The group of children all looked towards him. "I forgot, we're all on the same side. The treasure rots in the pot and can't escape." "It's just a conditioned reflex," the Black Emperor said embarrassedly. Little Z, Yen Xiao, Dongfang Changsheng, and the other children all snickered. Meanwhile, Li Tian, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others were relatively calm. It would be strange if Big Black didn't have this kind of reaction. It really is a celestial material. When the Black Emperor took out that treasure from the primal chaos, everyone was shocked. Phoenix blood crimson gold. Everyone's eyes were burning. It was actually Phoenix blood crimson gold. This was a material used by great ancient emperors to refine weapons. No one would have thought that they would actually obtain such a large piece when splitting open the sky and earth. That's not right. This isn't an innate piece of essence. It has been refined by someone. Look, this is a section of a halberd. There are even ancient Dao marks. How long ago did this fall? The Black Emperor was shocked. Everyone surrounded him. Even Yi Fan was shocked. The primal chaos was filled with innate things. If it wasn't in the big universe, how could there be a weapon fragment? It's an Emperor Law remnant mark. Yi Fan said after appraising it. This halberd had fallen countless years ago, and there were still Dao marks within it that hadn't been destroyed. How is this possible? Could it be that a supreme warrior fought here, broke his weapon, and was buried in the primal chaos in the end? Impossible. The Black Emperor shook his head. He had been watching Yi Fan split open the sky and earth. The primal chaos here was like an ocean. There was no path, and there had never been a battle. It could be said that this was an innate land. Before, no one could come here, and it had always been this desolate. Then what is going on? Uncle Yi, hurry up and open the sky. Let's see if there are any more immortal treasures here. A child shouted excitedly. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He caressed the broken halberd and felt the boundless power of time. This type of emperor law was shockingly ancient. It didn't belong to any legendary emperor. He continued to split open the sky and earth, excavating another pure land. He didn't obtain any more phoenix blood scarlet gold, but he dug out a small half of a broken tablet. There were a few words carved on it, but unfortunately, he didn't recognize a single one. Words that surpass the era of legends, no one can recognize them. This was the consensus of everyone. Even if they found someone to look at it, they could only shake their heads. It's the same as the words on the tablet in the underworld. It's from the same era. Yi Fan sighed. When he spoke these words, his mind was greatly shaken. Was this history of annihilation? Was this a reincarnation? Several great eras were buried here, and this was the remnant? At that moment, Yi Fan's mind was greatly shaken. This so-called reincarnation cycle was even more vast than he had imagined. It buried the universe and returned to the primal chaos. Later on, the universe was reopened, and there were different civilizations and developments. Was it really like this? When he thought of this possibility, his whole body turned cold. The so-called change of eras had been overturned countless times. Immortals. In the end, Yi Fan thought of this word. Only by living forever and breaking through eternity could one understand everything. Otherwise, one would be a flower in the universe, blooming and then withering. Even a great emperor was only the most beautiful flower in the world. Even the universe has an end. When the heaven and earth change again, what will be left? The only way is to jump out, Yi Fan said softly. This unexpected discovery had greatly moved him. Uncle Yi, hurry up and open a few more layers. Maybe you can dig out a pile of treasures. Dongfang Changsheng smiled. What does a child know? Don't talk nonsense. Dongfang Yi rewarded him with a slap. Even for a great emperor, it would be very strenuous to continue such a large-scale creation of heaven and earth. This was because this wasn't a small world but a true vast pure land. It wouldn't be a problem for one to be sealed inside for countless years. In the end, this part of the phoenix blood halberd was given by Yi Fan to the mountain phoenix. This old quasi-emperor's strength had improved greatly in these years and had become one of the top forces of the celestial court, one of the protectors. This harvest made the old mountain phoenix extremely happy and excited. Do you need me and my daughter to go with you? Ji Ziyue asked before they parted. Her expression was gentle. After cultivating to the late stage, the terror of the origin spirit body was undoubtedly revealed. Perhaps her cultivation wasn't that heaven-defying, but if she walked together with a supreme expert, she could increase the power of the other party's laws. Moreover, she could absorb the origin source of heaven and earth, allowing supreme experts to recover faster. It could be said that she was close to an immortal and was naturally protected. It was fine if the origin spirit body wasn't complete, but once it succeeded, it would be an existence close to an immortal. This was the conclusion that the Black Emperor and Yi Fan had deduced in private. This kind of physique was too rare. Since ancient times, there were only 2 or 3 of them, and they all died young. Now, Ji Ziyue had this kind of innate bloodline, and Little Purple had also inherited it. That was why both mother and daughter hoped to travel with Yi Fan and lend him a helping hand. No need, wait for my return. Yi Fan shook his head firmly. He didn't want his wife and daughter to take risks. After arranging the matters of the celestial court, he set off and headed straight for the flying immortal star. On the great star, there were many wild beasts and barbaric birds flying across the sky. The primitive ancient forests were densely covered, the great mountains were magnificent, and the waterfalls were like the Milky Way hanging down from the 9 heavens. This was a magnificent world. But recently, it wasn't peaceful. All the experts were restless, and all the strange beasts and birds were roaring and crying. The abnormality at the center was becoming more and more terrifying. One could directly hear the roars and ancient monuments. Demonic energy and immortal mist rose together. The most important thing was that there were supreme beings who appeared and came here to observe. They were preparing for the great battle that was about to happen. Yi Fan came without any concealment. The sea of stars was shaken, and the tens of thousands of spirits on the flying immortal star were greatly moved. The arrival of a divine physique that achieved the Tao was even more terrifying than the ancient supreme beings. This was because his blood energy was vigorous. Moreover, through actual combat, he had killed the ascended celestial being. There was no need to doubt his prestige and divine might. These are all sealing steels. Yi Fan sighed softly. Now that the seal had loosened, these monuments had left the depths of the earth and appeared in the world. It was obvious that the seal below couldn't be maintained for much longer. It could no longer suppress this secret land, and all the secrets would be revealed. He didn't recognize the inscriptions on the monument, and only a few words could be vaguely made out. Yi Fan stared at them. They were the emperor characters, representing the extreme of the Tao. They were the same in ancient times and were used to suppress this place. They weren't the essence of the 9 emperor characters from the Tao scriptures, nor were they the emperor characters from the extreme Yin Mother scriptures and extreme Yang Immortal scriptures. Those characters only represented a type of sealing Tao. They resonated with the great Tao, rumbling and resounding through the ages. Yi Fan watched for a long time, but he didn't take action. He entered outer space and sat in an expanse of void, overlooking the great star below to defend it. Just like that, time passed quickly. An entire 49 years passed. He didn't move at all. Apart from comprehending the Tao, he gazed at the flying immortal star. During this period of time, the incarnations of supreme beings came and left. The great life-restricted regions all took action. There were unmatched existences that came to observe this place, wishing to find out what was going on. Everyone was waiting. Wind blows before a great storm. Everyone knew that the seal of this place was about to be completely destroyed. The secrets of the Earth's core were about to appear. However, not a single person went to undo the seal first. The emperors were all extremely patient, all of them waiting. They were actually waiting for the arrival of this heaven-defying great era, waiting for the immortal path to open. Yi Fan wasn't the only one who sensed something. The various great life-restricted regions' imperial Tao supreme beings were able to reach that level, so how could they be ordinary? They also used secret methods and forbidden techniques to understand an indistinct future, guessing at some of the shocking results. Walala! The sounds of iron chains shook the heavens. It was as if immortals and devils were about to appear, as if they were currently crossing realms from immortal domain to push open that tightly locked great gate. Chapter 1757. Everyone knew that the moment was about to arrive. The critical point of a shocking change was not far away. The atmosphere was suffocating. The tens of thousands of spirits on the flying celestial star trembled. All kinds of wild beasts and birds were wailing. The saint-level existences brought their clansmen and moved away. They no longer dared to conspire and fantasize. In reality, most of them had left long ago. Over the years, the paragons had manifested themselves as void gods to fight here. No matter how heaven-defying the sages were and how much they desired to enter the immortal domain, they couldn't compete with those people. Yi Fan's eyes opened and closed. He sat cross-legged in the cosmos and stared at the huge star in front of him. He saw the 36th clan moving away from the flying celestial star. The great clans moved and covered the sky as they rushed towards the starry sky. There were huge beast venerables and divine birds that could suppress the sun and moon. These were all Kunlun's remnant races. Even powerful beings like them had to bow their heads at this moment. Ancestor, I hope you can win. Yi Fan was shocked. He was in the void and actually sensed a hornless dragon's telepathy. He captured the psyche ripple. This was shocking. Was there an ancestor of Kunlun's remnant races under the seal? Something was not right. The time didn't match. He extended his divine will and probed the great desolate beasts. He also sensed the thoughts of a few other divine bird clans. Unfortunately, he didn't make any shocking discoveries. These remnant races only felt that this place might be related to their ancestors. The universe was undergoing a great migration. The last batch of Qi practitioners on the flying celestial star and Kunlun's remnant races were the slowest. Fear had spread throughout the years and the other regions had already moved. Even the celestial court was the same. The 10 great secret realms were opened. The Black Emperor, the human demon, Yi Tong, and a few other important figures personally led the teams to seal everyone in. Boom! The last monument appeared on the flying celestial star. It was even taller than the others. The densely packed runes flickered on its surface. With its appearance, the entire monument forest seemed to have come to life. The earth rumbled and all the monuments moved. A world-shaking change took place. Yi Fan sat in the starry sky and his brows twitched. The mountains and rivers had changed. The steel forest at the center of the ancient land moved, outlining a boundless territory. There were 9 dragons within, all of them charging through. The terrain rose and fell, the mountains and valleys changing, revealing their original appearance. 9 great dragons coiled about the ancient land at the center, countless small mountains in their surroundings rumbling. These were 10,000 dragons. 10,000 dragons had to enter the ground and enter another world. This was the true topography of the flying immortal star's sealed land. Only now did it appear. Dense mist rose and the roars of immortals and devils were faintly discernible. They shook the high heavens. No one had expected the shocking change to happen so quickly. After 49 years of continuous evolution, the final moment directly triggered the grand scheme. The seal of the flying immortal planet was about to be removed. Demonic energy surged, immortal energy erupting. Over 10,000 dragons seemed to have revived, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They transformed from mountains and rivers into tangible bodies, wishing to shatter the everlasting and enter the immortal realm. The clanking of chains broke the silence and became clearer. This was not the sound of a door lock, but more like the movement of shackles. Someone was trying to break free. There was something alive inside. Boom! An enormous sound rang through the air. An expanse of dazzling radiance shot out from the underground world, tearing apart the void. A passage appeared, large amounts of light flying out. The immortal path has appeared. It was unknown who was the first to cry out in alarm. All those who experienced the great calamity of the Northern Dipper knew that this was an immortal path's reign of light. The passage was a great crack in immortal domain. It had appeared before in the past, and now, it appeared again. It really is related to immortality. This place is going to open up another path. Someone said with a sigh. A figure silently appeared in his original location. There was a supreme being who hurried over. His body was extremely indistinct, those outside unable to see him clearly. It was clearly an imperial Dao supreme being. The restricted area of the northern dipper swayed, rumbling like thunder. There were people who were going to appear again, about to hurry towards the flying immortal star. After waiting for so many years, they finally waited for this era. They had to resist, seize fate from the heavens, strive for the undying and long life. If they missed out on this era, they might not have another chance. An enormous dong sounded. The great earth below was muffled, making one's heart tremble. Then, rubble flew into the sky, many giant monuments exploding, turning into dust. The great cracks of the immortal path extended outwards, exploding with the central sealed land at the center. It was as if a bullet pierced through glass. Roar, finally, a world-shaking roar sounded, accompanied by the sound of great chains. There was a colossus that struggled free, about to appear in this world. I am going to achieve immortality in this era. This was a type of tremendous fluctuation, shattering the heavens. Yi Fan activated the origin immortal eyes, seeing an inconceivable scene. There was a giant snake below that was like a stellar stream, just too large, entire body resplendent. However, immortal chains pierced through its body, locking it down below. Apart from this, there was another piece of immortal source that was far from its body. However, it struggled free from within, clearly only revealing its massive body after breaking free. Hua Snake, one of Kunlun's ancestors. It is still alive, waiting here. The supreme being that stood here said quietly. Hong. Great winds and clouds moved. Within Origin Ancient Mine, an expanse of resplendent multicolored light erupted with undying auspicious brilliance. A great purple dragon soared into the sky, covering the heavens, shaking up the past, present, and future. This was especially the case when a dragon cry sounded, making all directions tremble. It quickly turned into a purple-haired male with a medium build. He wasn't all that majestic, but he was intimidating, imposing even without being angry. His purple pupils were deep like a sea, and then they suddenly erupted with two streaks of purple lightning, tearing apart the cosmos, shaking up the boundless stellar streams. This was an archaic emperor. In the depths of the starry sky, purple-golden radiance erupted. Bell sounds rang through the air. A great dragon rushed through the endless star systems, directly entering the Great Dipper, descending. The one who slept the most deeply has woken up, never appearing in this world before. He only appeared today, turns out he was still alive. An expert in the restricted region said with a sigh. The bell sounds were long and drawn out, purple light surging. A great dragon spiraled about above the middle-aged male's head. That was the 10,000 dragon bell. It was overjoyed and moved, never expecting its master to still be alive. Correct, the middle-aged man was the 10,000 dragon emperor, someone who was believed to have died in a seated posture in history, someone who had long ceased to exist. Now, he appeared in this world. This made everyone feel deep reverence. Origin Ancient Mine was terrifying after all, deep and immeasurable. There was actually such a great deity hidden here, someone who shouldn't exist in this world. The divine body is in great trouble. Since he woke up from his slumber, how could he not get revenge? His daughter was ruthlessly killed by that divine body. A supreme being said with a smile. The divine body most likely doesn't care anymore, right? What if he has good relations with that restricted region lord? If he truly wants to seize the immortal path, it will all be a life and death battle. Another person said with a sigh. At this moment, the stellar streams exploded. There were people from Immortal Tomb who rushed into the heavens as well. Then, they hurried over with the 10,000 Dragon Emperor, destroying everything in their path. Once their auras were released, nothing could stop them. Even great stars were turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, they arrived on flying Immortal Star. Together with the one from before, 3 figures immediately appeared in this chaotic land, staring at the Immortal Path world. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor's eyes were ice-cold. He fiercely raised his head towards the star domain Yi Fan was in. 2 streaks of purple lightning shot out from his eyes, illuminating the void. However, he didn't take action, instead suddenly turning around, facing the sealed land again. Hua Shi, that's Kunlun's ancestor. Wasn't he killed by the Emperor Zun? Why is he still in this world? The supreme beings from Immortal Tomb were shocked. Back then, the Emperor Zun was unmatched throughout the 9 heavens 10 earths, and then he attacked Immortal Mountain Kunlun, seizing the Immortal Bell, provoking the supreme beings they named themselves. However, they couldn't stop his footsteps. It was rumored that Hua Shi was killed, but now, he reappeared in this world. Hong. The enormous snake body underground moved about, smashing apart mountains and rivers. It wanted to struggle free, shouting, "I want to achieve immortality. The immortal path of this world will be opened for me." It's gone mad. Why did the Emperor Zun leave it behind? Moreover, it was sealed in a precious immortal source. If it was left for the enemy, wouldn't that be a waste? There were supreme beings who were confused. However, no one said anything. These 3 individuals all felt restraining fear towards each other, all of them separating, staying quite far from each other. For the sake of seizing the immortal path, there might be an ultimate battle between them. Dong! Suddenly, there was another explosion from the depths of the seal. As a large piece of the immortal source disintegrated, a Daoist with disheveled hair rushed out. His 4 limbs were shackled, and he raised his head and roared. His hair had long turned gray, but that kind of power shocked the 3 supreme beings present. They were all astonished. There was an indescribable power vibrating out. At this moment, mountains and rivers were destroyed, all living things withered. Endless plant essence and the vitality of all living beings flowed out, converging towards him. "Break!" The 10,000 Dragon Emperor shouted. Heaven and earth exploded, laws swept out, isolating the front because he discovered that this strange Daoist also wanted to absorb his essence. This was a terrifying person, causing the 3 great supreme beings to shiver. As an expert of this Tao, the gray-haired Daoist was definitely not a nobody. He was very dangerous. Nirvana celestial being. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor said word by word. Just now, he made a move, colliding with that person's power. He felt that kind of great Tao and immediately knew who it was. One of the 9 great celestial being from the legendary era, no one dared to look down on him, not even the ancient emperors. No one would have thought that a supreme being was suppressed here. It was simply unimaginable. Even the 9 great celestial being had been captured. This was a major event that would shake the ages. Outside the starry sky, Yi Fan's immortal eyes flickered. He muttered to himself, "Things are getting more and more interesting. Even the celestial being is still alive here. Is the immortal ascension ancient path really going to appear?" Immortal music rang out, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. Dense multicolored mist rose. Strange movements came from the depths of the seal. A mysterious creature was awakening, about to appear in this world. Is this arranged according to the era? Hua Shi, celestial being, and then? Are we really going to meet an immortal? The existence from the immortal mausoleum muttered to himself. Boom! The supreme fluctuations were ferocious and tyrannical. The immortal mist surged, but it could not conceal the aura of the creature below. It was extremely terrifying and indescribable. This can't really be a creature from the immortal domain, right? But why was it sealed here? Wang! The void trembled. In the depths of the seal, densely packed symbols appeared, shining outwards. Immortal light tore through the heavens, making one soul become unsteady. What kind of seal is this? It's so ancient. No, that's not right. This is the origin seal. Heavenly Lord of Void Destruction and Hua Shi were only sealed here later. That living being was already here before that. This type of sealing method is so powerful. Is there someone like this in this world? Could it be that it was suppressed by an emperor? However, the timing doesn't match. At this moment, even the supreme beings in the restricted region sighed in admiration. They felt that this place was too mysterious. This place exceeded their expectations, having secrets they didn't think they knew about. Chapter 1758. This was like an immortal well, surging with milky white immortal energy, mysterious and unfathomable. Immortal multicolored light flew out from the depths of the earth's core, tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious light and tens of thousands of symbols densely packed together, leaving everyone shocked. This was already not just the profound mysteries of formation patterns, but also a powerful personal imprint. Someone used a remnant mark to seal this place, displaying unrivaled divine might. It was precisely because of this that the immortal well seemed incomparably terrifying. Who exactly was it? The first person everyone thought of was an emperor sovereign. Perhaps only he could be this heaven-defying. However, in reality, this was not the case. The power of the seal had existed for a long time, and there were undying traces at the heart of the formation, flowing with an ancient aura, everlasting and undying. It's the ancient desolate tower. The great supreme being's expressions changed, recognizing that diagram. It was exactly the same as the legendary ancient desolate tower. Even though it was a diagram, it also possessed that kind of aura. Could it be that the legends are true, that there was an indescribable and recorded chaotic ancient era? There was an even more ancient immortal dynasty. The expression of the supreme being from the immortal mausoleum changed, his face full of seriousness. What kind of seal was open today? It was becoming more and more unfathomable. It was difficult to trace back the years, endless without end. What exactly happened in the past, whether or not there was an immortal descending into this world, it was already impossible to confirm. They could only imagine. Hong. The center of the seal split apart, the symbols shattering on their own. The sound of iron chains rang out, and dazzling light shot out. A tattered mountain of flesh flew out. It was unknown what kind of creature it was, but it was wrapped within an old bag. In addition, there was a sparkling substance that flew out. That was something similar to an immortal source, something that was originally used to seal it. A vermilion bird? Everyone was shocked. They felt a scorching heat, and that mountain of flesh split apart, revealing an expanse of scarlet redness. Flames jumped about, and a vermilion bird's head reached out. Its gaze was vicious, making one feel as if their skin was being cut by blades. Kacha. As the mountain of flesh broke apart, a scarlet body that was like blood was revealed. This was an enormous wolf's body, but scarlet scales covered the surface of its body, and its tail was that of a dragon. What kind of monster was this? It was scarlet like blood and covered densely in scales. It had the head of a vermilion bird, the tail of a wolf, and the tail of a dragon. A vicious aura surged out. This was a creature that didn't belong to the ancient emperor's knowledge. Could it really be a supreme being from the chaotic ancient era that was sealed until this era? Dao friend, which era are you from? The 10,000 Dragons Emperor asked. What they received in response was a loud and long cry. It was like the cry of a phoenix, but also like the roar of a dragon. It was deafening and rushed into the heavens. The stars above exploded and the river of stars collapsed. This was a type of supreme aura that covered heaven and earth, unstoppable. If not for the flying immortal star's great formation, as well as the three supreme beings standing guard, this place would definitely have been crushed into powder. Nothing would have remained. Those individuals frowned. There was something wrong with the supreme experts in the sealed land. Their primordial spirits had all suffered serious injuries, not all that normal. It was difficult to communicate with them. Immortal Ascension, hee, ha. I am the only one. In the end, the prehistoric creature let out a creepy laugh. It was almost crazy, like a snake. The only one that looked normal was the celestial being of Nirvana, whose eyes were closed. What happened today was destined to shock the universe, and it was extremely likely that it would change history. Hua Shi, the celestial being from the Age of Legends, and the mysterious creature from the Age of Chaos all broke out of the seal at the same time. No one knew what secrets they had. They blocked the path of immortality. Kacha. The formation patterns were shattering. Immortal light became resplendent. The great earth rumbled, continuously caving in. Great cracks spread from immortal domain, revealing the depths of the sealed land. The path of immortality reappeared. A rain of light scattered down, accompanied by large amounts of pure white flower petals, sparkling and translucent. This was a dreamlike world, one that made one's heart tremble and feel intoxicated. In that instant, the Supreme Being's minds all became absent-minded. The dream of immortality was something that many emperors struggled with since the ancient times, but in the end, they all failed. Now wasn't the time to be absent-minded. The true battle had arrived. There was no luck to speak of on this path. They could only fight their way in, there were no shortcuts. Immortal Ascension Road. An enormous monument towered below the stellar river, slowly rising from the sealed land, standing on that path of light. It looked just that high and unapproachable. Immortal Tao laws. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor cried out in shock. The only chance to achieve immortality might have truly arrived. It was in this era. The three supreme beings in front of the path spoke softly, their eyes shining with deep divine light. Qi. The supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum was the first to rush in. He saw the abnormalities. There weren't any obstructions on the immortal path, so perhaps they really could smoothly enter. This era belongs to me. Hua Shi cried out loudly. Its enormous body was like a stellar river, resplendent and dazzling. It immediately swept over, coiling around the path of immortality a step ahead. It was drenched in ascension light, its aura becoming even more terrifying. It directly took action against the Supreme Being from Immortal Mausoleum, releasing the most terrifying attack. Swoosh! The other Supreme Being avoided them, disappearing with a flash, entering even deeper. He stepped on the great golden path, looking at the Immortal Ascension monument in front of him, his expression excited. Dao friend, you can achieve immortality in this era, but you have to pass through my trial first. Suddenly, the Nirvana celestial being opened his eyes. Gray hair scattered about, a terrifying aura spreading, making heaven and earth tremble. Without a doubt, he was still clear-headed. If this Supreme Being wanted to go over, he had to fight against him. Both sides immediately entered a deadlock. In the end, that prehistoric creature locked onto the 10,000 Dragon Emperor. No one could calmly go over, the immortal path blocked. Walala sounds rang out. Iron chains moved the heavens. Regardless of whether it was Hua Shi or the Nirvana celestial being, they were all locked up. It was difficult for them to leave this place, but a great battle was enough. In reality, everyone began to doubt if those divine chains could lock down their revived selves. Are you really going to stand in our way? Yes. The path of immortality cannot be crossed by emperors. If there is you, there won't be me. It is just this cruel. What is there to say? Let's just fight. The one who spoke was a white tiger in the starry sky. It threw itself over murderously. Another Supreme Being from the Big Dipper restricted region arrived, turning into a white-haired Daoist, his nature unyielding. Hong. There was no way to avoid this battle. It directly erupted. The seal was strange to begin with. With these three blocking them, they could only fight their way over and get rid of them. Dao friend, I have come to lend you all a helping hand. Let's step into immortal domain together. At this time, another figure appeared, moving on the moon and stars, crossing over from the Big Dipper, entering the Ascension Immortal Star domain. His entire body shone. Even though he was in human form, he had all types of wild beast characteristics, for example, Kuan Peng wings, barbaric ox horns, Qilin armor. When all of these were combined together, it seemed extremely strange. Beast God. Everyone knew who he was. He came from the divine ruins, an archaic creature who achieved the Tao, known as the Beast God. His magical force was vigorous, deep and immeasurable. 5 great supreme beings moved out together. They were going to move together, intimidate the world. However, their numbers didn't stop here. A streak of immortal radiance tore through the everlasting from origin ancient mine. Another figure tore through the void murderously, phoenix cries shaking the heavens. Heavens, could it be an undying immortal phoenix? Cries of alarm sounded from all parts of the cosmos. Everyone saw a giant phoenix move through the sky, stellar rivers extinguished, unable to stop it from spreading its wings and taking to the skies. When it descended on Ascension Star, it turned into a weapon, Phoenix Wing Gilded Hoe. Its brilliance was resplendent, within the golden color there was a bit of blood, illuminating the heavens. Phoenix cries sounded unendingly, shattering the endless starry sky. The aura was berserk, making even Yi Fan's mind tremble in outer space. This was actually a weapon. Another type of long life method appeared. There were supreme beings who turned themselves into weapons. Of course, it wasn't a complete transformation, but rather just for the sake of living a bit longer, merging the primordial spirit with the Tao weapon, becoming a special life form. Turns out it is a Tao friend from Blood Phoenix Mountain. I heard that you took a different path, but the amount of time you can remain clear-headed for isn't much. Have you been well these past few years? The Beast God asked. Not that well, about to become a pure weapon. This world is my only chance, or else my divine senses will forever be sealed, forever ignorant. The Phoenix Wing Gilded Hoe spoke. It was Blood Phoenix Mountain's ancestor. Later on, it stepped onto a different type of long life path, entering origin ancient mine, never appearing again. The world was greatly shaken. Those who were originally thought to have died were actually in the restricted regions, not even Blood Phoenix Mountain themselves aware that their ancestor was alive. Father. In the depths of the distant star domain, a blood-haired, indistinct figure stood there, his fists tightly clenched. He was precisely Huang Shudao. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Origin Ancient Mine was too astonishing, just what kind of supreme beings were hidden inside? No one could see through them, unable to guess. Right now, 6 great supreme beings personally appeared here, unknowingly forming an alliance. They were going to advance the path of immortality together, face the 3 individuals in front of them, their confidence great. Last time, not a single one of them appeared, not agreeing with the opportunity from hundreds of years ago. However, this time, they all stood out, proving that their judgment was extremely extraordinary. These 6 individuals were definitely terrifying to the extreme. Right now, just the surging aura alone made many great stars in the starry sky forever dim, turning them into ashes. They were breathing in and out innate spiritual essence, adjusting their bodies' conditions, wishing to fight their way in with their most powerful bodies. There were some who looked coldly into outer space, giving Yi Fan a look, but didn't take action. If he didn't come down, not compete with them, then he wasn't their opponent. After experiencing the great calamity last time, the number of supreme beings seemed to be a bit lacking, but every single one of them were terrifying figures, their strength still incomparably great. Hong. A great battle erupted. The 6 of them slaughtered Hua Shi, Nirvana celestial being, and prehistoric creatures together, making this place erupt with commotion. Without the immortal path symbols, everything would inevitably turn to ashes. Heaven collapsed and earth split, ghosts wept and deities howled. The immortal path was extremely ruthless, everything was empty. Right now, only strength was the most fundamental principle. The star system shattered, a rain of light filling the skies, immortal energy pure white, violently spreading. No matter how strong Huaxi and the others were, they still couldn't stop these three individuals. However, shocking changes took place. The seal's formation patterns appeared, the aura surging like a sea. An ancient formation platform appeared, all of the auras released by everyone being devoured. Meanwhile, Huaxi, Nirvana celestial being, and prehistoric creatures' blood energy surged frantically, extracted. The three of them were incredibly shaken. What is this? The white tiger Daoist was shocked. It's the aura of an emperor. The phoenix wing gilded hoe moved, scarlet multicolored light surging, sharp blades flickering with cold light. What, the emperor, he, is still alive. This was shocking news. The ancient land rumbled with noise. A wave of boundless aura surged, resonating with heaven and earth. Large amounts of stellar seas were extinguished, all of the essence energy frantically surging, filling this place. Emperor. Suddenly, Nirvana celestial being cried out loudly, going crazy to the extreme. He seemed to have recovered from his slightly normal state, completely clear-headed. His head of gray hair danced about chaotically, continuously exploding the heavens. A wave of boundless blood energy took form. It was as if an unmatched ruler had revived. Everyone, hurry and take action, stop him from coming out. The white tiger Daoist roared loudly. So what if he is an emperor? No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than all of us combined? Does he want to seize all of our hopes at the entrance of the immortal path? Kill him. The beast god roared. Chapter 1759. A powerful aura spread outwards. A void figure took form, incomparably dignified, overlooking all living things. He towered in front of the path of immortality, standing at the center of the ancient land, as if he was going to receive the kowtow of all living things and the worship of emperors. What kind of person was this? He was incomparably powerful as soon as he appeared. This was just a void figure, yet he seemed to have absorbed a small half of the 9 heavens 10 earth's spiritual essence. At this moment, all things in the universe withered away. Everyone could feel the great Tao becoming higher and higher, essence energy drying up. All of the divine traces, natural laws, and foundational energy frantically surged towards the flying immortal star, about to forge a golden body there. How could this be? Didn't Emperor Zun die? Why did this type of thing happen? The 10,000 Dragon Emperor was shocked, but he had no choice but to believe what he was seeing. The most terrifying person in the world was the last celestial being from the legendary era. Later on, it was rumored that he abandoned all divine techniques, natural laws, and even cultivation, thus disappearing. When he reappeared in the world, he was an infant, nurtured by heaven and earth. As soon as he was born, he devoured the essence of all living things in the universe, becoming supreme and incomparable. As for what happened later on, the entire world knew about it. He was unmatched in the heavens above and earth below, walking the most glorious path. No one could stop him even half a step, the 9 heavens 10 earths all bowing down to him. Ever since then, he became known as Emperor Zun, ending the reign of the celestial being supreme in the legendary era. He became the most respected person throughout all of history. The dead still want to stir up trouble. There is no true reincarnation in this world. Since you've already died, then don't stir up trouble again. Kill. The supreme being from Immortal Tomb roared, attacking forward. Correct, since you've already declined and died, then don't ever appear again. The beast god shouted, also attacking crazily. The ones here were all the most powerful ancient emperors of their era. They never respected the heavens, never respected the earth, only themselves supreme. Even though Emperor Zun's reputation had been great since the ancient times, they still couldn't truly be intimidated, choosing to take action ruthlessly. As for the Nirvana celestial being, he went even more crazy. His gray hair danced about, mouth roaring, all types of forbidden methods endless, slaughtering forward. This is a supreme pure land that was sealed during the chaotic ancient era, and it is indeed a land of immortal ascension. When Dizun broke through Kunlun, he didn't kill me and instead sealed me here to be used for his own resurrection. Hua Shi muttered to himself. He was no longer ignorant and recalled the past. The people of my era all died. The master of the ancient desolate tower suppressed me and guarded the immortal path. After that, that person who was no weaker than the desolate heavenly emperor came and rearranged everything, the prehistoric creature muttered to himself. His mind was in great turmoil, feeling very unstable. When these words were spoken, everyone became stupefied. Just how ancient was that? There was someone who was as powerful as an Emperor Zun? That's right, how could the master of the ancient desolate tower not be strong? This was too shocking. The ancient desolate tower was an immortal equipment, and the prehistoric creature was sealed by its master. This revealed too many secrets. No one had expected to see such a miracle. Everything that happened today was too mysterious and shocking. The venerable sovereign had passed away and died at the end of the mythological era. How could he reappear after such a long and endless period of time? This didn't make sense. However, that indistinct void figure wasn't fake. Who else had this type of dignity, daring to look down on the emperors, waiting for them to submit? Hong! The 10,000 dragon bell danced in the air, sweeping over. Purple gold light was dazzling and astonishing, making this place erupt. The white tiger roared into the sky. The white-haired Daoist's eyes also released cold lightning. Everyone went on a killing spree and charged forward together. Back then, the venerable sovereign's battle accomplishments weren't just for show. The younger generation of emperors all heard of him, so they didn't dare to be careless. If the immortal path was taken away because of his resurrection, it would be too vexing. The world collapsed, and the sea of stars shattered. The nirvana celestial being was the most furious. After its consciousness recovered, it went berserk. However, there was an indescribable power in front of it. The formation platforms were incomparably terrifying, breaking down everyone's attacks and turning them into divine power that entered the void figure's body. You dare steal our essence energy and resurrect? You were originally a dead ghost, yet you want to reincarnate in someone else's body? Stop dreaming. Hong! An even more terrifying attack unfolded. The formation platforms in front of it finally collapsed, turning into smoke and dust. The void figure also became much fainter, but the essence energy gathered here didn't decrease. Ah! Suddenly, Hua Shi roared. Blood flowed from between its brows, and its primordial spirit burned. Its body flew out like a rain of light, entering the ruins. No! The prehistoric creature cried out, feeling incomparably horrified. The expression on its face froze, and its entire body cracked apart, continuously bleeding. Essence energy leaked out, primordial spirit quickly splitting apart. Venerable Sovereign, you really are ruthless. The nirvana celestial being sat down. Blood blossomed from his body, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared between his brows. His primordial spirit was exploding, and all of his life's imperial essence energy flowed into this chaotic land. They had a common characteristic, and that was that the immortal iron chains on their bodies burned and melted, becoming a type of unknown forbidden natural laws. It broke them down, sending them to the end of their lives. Everyone's fine hairs stood on end. Even the ancient supreme beings were disappointed and frustrated. The venerable sovereign was too powerful. Even after sealing the three of them, even after endless time had passed, it was still difficult for them to escape death. When the venerable sovereign was at the peak of his power, he already laid down this type of contingency. If something unexpected happened to him one day, he wanted to use this place to resurrect. Kill! Everyone shouted loudly. They had to stop this type of situation from happening. They couldn't let the strange venerable sovereign reincarnate in someone else's body. The terrifying aspects he displayed made everyone feel uneasy. Kill. The 6 great supreme beings used imperial Dao natural laws, holding weapons to suppress and kill. There was naturally no one in this world who could stop them. Everything was destroyed. The chaotic land turned into ruins. Symbols were erased, disappearing without a trace. However, there was a type of imprint that continued to linger about. At the same time, the snake transformation, Nirvana celestial being, and the prehistoric creature all exploded. There were restrictions within their bodies, so this type of fate had long been decided. It wasn't surprising at all. With a honglong sound, 3 waves of boundless essence energy merged together, rushing towards an immortal well in the chaotic land. They immediately merged together, forming a storm, and then they formed void images. Imperishable immortal formation. There are terrifying formation patterns arranged here, and they still haven't been destroyed. Does he really want to revive? Kill. 6 supreme beings of Daoist moved at the same time, turning this galaxy into ashes. The flying immortal star also collapsed, and only this sealed land was left undestroyed. There are the Dao traces of that heavenly emperor from the chaotic ancient years, as well as the divine laws laid down by the venerable sovereign. The 2 powerful merged, forming a type of undying magical text. It truly is shocking. They did everything they could to take action. They didn't believe that the 6 supreme beings couldn't destroy everything here. Hong. That void image exploded again, but a moment later, it reappeared, reforming again, undying and imperishable. Refine him. Someone suggested. When they thought about how the one being refined was the venerable sovereign, they all felt an indescribable emotion. The most terrifying person was actually being trampled on by them like this. The 6 immortal flames rushed together, turning into the most terrifying great furnace, surrounding that void image. It burned fiercely, and supreme laws weaved about, streak after streak. Something's wrong, he needs our Dao flames. Hurry and withdraw them. What a great venerable sovereign. He needs 5 or more Emperor Dao experts to help him ignite his divine flame and create hope for revival. They were all extraordinary people, all knowing the heavens and the earth. As soon as they entered the situation, they quickly woke up, all of them quickly backing up. However, that flame couldn't be extinguished, because the snake transformation, Nirvana celestial being, and the prehistoric creature all exploded. Their flesh and essence energy all filled in, and now, it was ignited, replenishing the venerable sovereign's needs. He achieved his objective. Impossible. With us here, he can forget about revival. The 6 of them took action again, suppressing and killing the void image in front of them. With a one-long sound, the chaotic land surged with beams of light that covered the sky. Those were immortal Dao divine chains of order. At this moment, they interweaved together, turning into a great net, outlining unmatched natural laws, surrounding this divine flame. What powerful natural laws! Is this the natural laws of the heavenly emperor formation from the chaotic ancient era and the later venerable sovereign imprints? Everyone attacked viciously. That void image still couldn't become clear in the net. However, at this time, the universe changed. There was a mysterious aura flowing everywhere. What is that? In various parts of the universe, a few powerful races trembled. They saw streak after streak of green light, tearing through the starry river, rushing into the distance. Heavens, those are weapon fragments. How can there be such powerful fluctuations? It's too terrifying. This is an immortal artifact. Multicolored light rushed into the heavens. The universe was greatly shaken. Green light covered the sky in many places, illuminating eternity. That type of aura made everyone tremble, their bodies shaking. It was too powerful. It's the fragment of the immortal ascension cauldron. It really is it. All of the fragments are actually gathering towards the flying immortal star. Finally, someone recognized what the green multicolored light was. It was the green cauldron of the past. This time, it was going to recombine and become one. On the flying immortal star, the 6 supreme beings naturally sensed it. They were all shocked as well. Simple and ancient fragments flew over one after another. Right now, they were all burning, immortal light dazzling, leaving them greatly alarmed. Chang, Chang. The green fragments merged together, once again forming a cauldron. It was simple and mysterious, 3 feet and 2 handles, dark green as if it was covered in rust. It gradually took form. In outer space, Yi Fan was shocked. He could sense that the portion of the cauldron he controlled back then was also inside. Now, it truly merged into one. In the chaotic land, the venerable sovereign divine flame was undying. It merged with the interweaving net of natural laws, and then entered the cauldron together. It carried out refinement and refinement, becoming an immortal cauldron again. The venerable sovereign couldn't revive, but his cauldron reappeared, obtaining new life. Woo-woo. In the cosmos, strand after strand of mysterious natural laws flew over. They were similar to deities, and they also entered the cauldron. The natural laws and deities within the cauldron reappeared. Good. This cauldron's reappearance couldn't be better. It can be used to break through the immortal path's barrier and help us become immortals. Venerable Sovereign, rest in peace. We will step into the immortal world in your place. The beast god said ruthlessly. Within King Chang sounds, the immortal ascension cauldron reappeared, truly becoming one. All of the cracks closed, completely refined by the divine flame. Suddenly, the green cauldron trembled. The mouth of the cauldron aimed towards a certain direction in the cosmos, frantically devouring. Not only did the cosmos' spiritual essence surge over, there was also a mysterious reaction. Within the primal chaos immortal earth that Yi Fan established, the divine child suddenly cried out miserably. The immortal source that sealed him exploded. Everyone was given a fright, and then they looked at him in shock. Silly child, what happened to you? Li Tian shouted. Even though they often tidied him up, everyone was actually quite concerned about the little fatty. They had long developed deep feelings for him. I'm in pain. I can't help but want to fly away, leave this place. The divine child cried out in alarm. Hold him down. Everyone walked up together, wanting to hold him down. However, there was a mysterious type of great power that appeared, blasting everyone flying and pulling him away from this place. Everyone was anxious. Regardless of whether it was the Black Emperor or Hua Hua, even though they often ridiculed the little fatty, they had long regarded him as a family member. How could they allow anything to happen to him? Sister Nan Nan, save me. At the crucial moment, the divine child called out to the little girl. The little girl had long since run forward, always trying to catch the divine child, but she was still a step too late. She could only watch helplessly as he flew away. Woo-woo. I don't want to die, save me. These were the last words the little fatty cried out. Divine child, don't despair. In the future, me and Big Brother will definitely save you. The little girl shouted with tears in her eyes. In the damaged flying immortal star's sealed land, light flashed. The divine child appeared and entered the cauldron's mouth. Chapter 1760. Save me. Divine child cried out loudly, his face full of fear as he struggled within the green copper cauldron. In outer space, Yi Fan's large hand reached down, wishing to grab him. Unfortunately, everything happened too suddenly. He was already a step too late, and the supreme beings below also took action. The 10,000 dragon bell soared into the sky. A large purple dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, biting towards his wrist. Another phoenix-winged golden centipede flickered with scarlet multicolored light, also hacking over, domineering under the sky. Within the Kengchang sounds, Yi Fan's large hand was stopped. However, in that instant, everything already became fixed, unable to be stopped anymore. The green copper cauldron erupted with radiance. The little fatty disappeared, entering the cauldron's walls. Divine child! Yi Fan cried out loudly, leaving behind a sigh. The little fatty and the cauldron merged into one, producing a miraculous transformation. With a wang sound, the green copper cauldron trembled. The immortal radiance that descended was like a silver river, brilliant and dazzling. A figure sat within the cauldron, his appearance dignified. When his eyes opened and closed, radiance shot out in all directions. That was the divine will contained within the immortal ascension cauldron. Now, its soul was complete. Yi Fan was silent, not saying anything for a long time. In reality, he had long sensed this, just that he never received confirmation. Divine child was formed from the divine will within the green copper cauldron. It's really amazing. He actually broke free and became an independent life form. I transformed into a weapon, yet he wanted to become a true person. The phoenix-winged golden centipede was disappointed and frustrated, carrying a type of bitterness and helplessness. Divine child was the divine will of the immortal ascension cauldron. Back then, after the cauldron shattered, he used unmatched immortal methods to break free, striving to evolve into a true life form. However, he paid a disastrous price, his past cultivation and abilities almost completely lost, even losing his memories. Now that the immortal ascension cauldron was reforged, he was summoned back. Everything that was lost condensed once again, the divine child naturally recovered as well, refined into the cauldron's core divine laws. Hee ha ha ha, it really is the will of the heavens, the immortal ascension cauldron was reforged today, reappearing in this world. Isn't this to help us fight our way into immortal domain? The beast god laughed loudly, but his gaze was extremely cold. That's right. Back then, Di Zun was precisely the one who established the universe, using unmatched magical power to break through the immortal path's barrier, wishing to use this to become an immortal. However, it was a pity that he failed at the last moment. Now, we are here to help him realize his dream. White Tiger Daoist also laughed, but it was still a bit sinister. No matter what, Di Zun was dead after all. Even if he had left behind a contingency plan, he could not really be resurrected. However, his cauldron of ascension immortality had been reborn and had reappeared in the mortal world, which was great news for the 6 great supreme beings. Kill! They roared loudly, rushing towards the immortal path together, activating their divine force together. They activated the green copper cauldron, pushing it to the very front, wishing to open up a path of immortality. A great collapse immediately took place in this place. The starry rivers of the cosmos broke apart. They were frantically devouring essence energy. The great star systems grew dim and almost dried up. Boom! On that golden path, another stele appeared. There were some imperial characters carved on it. Only ancient emperors and ancient emperors could read them, others couldn't understand them. These could also be said to be the laws of the immortal Tao. Without reaching the corresponding realm, one would never be able to understand them. 2 or 3 people achieving immortality in a single life. This sentence was extremely short, but it was as if a boulder smashed into every single supreme being's heart. All of them immediately felt restraining fear, taking precautions against each other. Even though they were advancing, the atmosphere immediately changed. Regardless, we have to advance first and fight our way in. We'll talk after we reach the end. Correct, these inscriptions don't have much meaning. Imperial Tao laws erupted. This place erupted. After experiencing the great calamity last time, they were especially careful. They operated the cauldron of ascension with all of their strength as they charged forward. Soon after, a grand immortal pass appeared. There was an indistinct figure standing guard there, unexpectedly possessing the strength of a great emperor. There was someone overlooking them, looking down on the endless heavens. So powerful. Is this the true immortal pass this time? A great battle took place here. It was just like last time, incomparably bitter, making even the ancient emperors and great emperors risk it all, fiercely attacking forward. The cosmos was in chaos. The great stars were rapidly changing, essence energy quickly decreasing, all of it surging towards flying immortal star. It was devoured by the supreme beings, providing them with the path of immortality. Everyone was anxious and fearful, feeling like a tremendous disaster was about to descend. Prosperity, the lower-level cultivators suffered. Decline, the lower-level cultivators suffered. Regardless of what kind of unforeseen event it was, for lower-level cultivators, it was a type of disaster. The goals and visions of the higher levels, for those at the lower levels, were always great upheavals. Yi Fan watched as they fought their way into the path of immortality, not following them. Immortality was what he desired. However, there was an extremely cruel reality. Those individuals carried great hostility towards him, because he was a supreme being of the present world, full of blood energy. He was feared by these individuals. Apart from this, Yi Fan still didn't complete his mission. There was a knot in his heart, and that was because he had to get revenge for his good brother GZ, the white-clothed divine king whose kindness was as great as a mountain, as well as Gai Jiuyo. He had been watching Big Dipper Undying Mountain this entire time. Stone Emperor didn't appear, not coming out even now, most likely because he had some misgivings. Or was it to say that Stone Emperor was waiting for an opportunity, wishing to enter only after the path of immortality was about done? However, if he did this, he might suffer the joint suppression of those 6 supreme beings. After all, they grasped the immortal ascension cauldron, and they paid quite the price. They definitely wouldn't allow this type of person to take advantage of others. It's time. Yi Fan stood up, making his way through the shattered starry river. A great path of immortal light stretched across the cosmos, connecting to Big Dipper. He quickly arrived by following this path. He passed by many star systems along the way. Many powerful clans sensed him, and they were all overwhelmed with shock. Immortality was imminent, yet the human race's holy body Yi Fan didn't face it, and instead headed for Big Dipper. What was he trying to do? Divine light shone in tens of thousands. Everyone knew his objective. The great path of divine light reached the eastern wastelands, and he descended into Undying Mountain. He is going to attack the restricted region at this time. Is he going to demand an explanation for his old friend? Every single mountain in Undying Mountain was terrifyingly black. Some were like sword blades that towered into the clouds, others like barbaric oxen lying on the ground. Mists curled about them, and the atmosphere was majestic. One could see a stone person that was missing an arm picking medicine, and one could also see a stone crow that was missing a claw flying. These were all holy spirits, and they looked extremely strange. You finally came. An overcast roar sounded from the depths of the mountain. I've come. Yi Fan shouted. The meaning behind this shout was different. He stared at the great black peak at the very front. His head of black hair moved about even though there was no wind, and his eyes were brilliant and intimidating. He walked forward step by step. This restricted region had previously been soaked in blood. The Void Emperor had killed 1 or 2 ancient emperors from Undying Mountain, shocking the world. In that era, the Void Emperor's situation was extremely difficult. He had previously come with the resolution of certain death, because there were several ancient sovereigns lingering here. They weren't something a human could contend against. It was precisely during that era that the Void Emperor established the supreme dignity of the human race. It was inviolable. Even if it was just one person, it was enough to intimidate the heavens. He spent his entire life fighting. Now, it was different. In Yi Fan's era, the supreme beings were already old, and the ancient emperors in the mountain had long withered to the lowest number. When he entered, his mood was completely different. The void has also come before, but he still couldn't flatten Undying Mountain. In the end, his flesh was torn apart, and his entire body was covered in injuries. "You came as well, do you also want to die?" A loud shout sounded from within the mountain. The great emperors of the previous generations fought under the heavens, wiping out most of the spirit in the restricted region. How many of the supreme beings are left who can fight? In this era, I have to thank them, allowing me to enter Undying Mountain as if I was walking on flat ground. Yi Fan was incomparably confident. The people in the mountain were silent, but they were inwardly furious. Yi Fan was looking down on them, believing that Undying Mountain wasn't as great as it was in the past. Did he even think that he could come here for a stroll? The void fought a bloody life, and Great Emperor Wuxia came here to walk his dog. "Today, I will completely flatten you all." Yi Fan roared loudly, speaking out his life's wish. "You dare?" A loud shout sounded from within the mountain. All of the enormous black peaks began to rumble and rumble, as if the gods of thunder were raging. "Why wouldn't I dare? Stone Emperor, get your ass out here." The all-life source energy cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head. His feet stepped on the great golden path, arriving in the depths of Undying Mountain. There was an expanse of towering mountains here, surrounding this place. No one knew what was inside, and it became this world's greatest secret. And today, Yi Fan came. He was going to forcefully advance, unveil Undying Mountain's final mysterious veil. Mist pervaded the surroundings of this tallest black mountain. Back then, a headless horseman already startled Yi Fan and the others into quickly escaping with the help of the Great Emperor's formation patterns. Time passed quickly, and now, he relied on himself to come here. He was going to carry out the ultimate battle, making everyone deeply moved. It was a pity that the people of the past had already passed, unable to return. Hong! Yi Fan's foot crushed a mountain, smashing it into pieces. Rubble flew in all directions, shaking the entire eastern wastelands. Not long ago, there was someone who dared to be so simple and crude, directly flattening Undying Mountain, killing the supreme beings and rulers within. The events here quickly shook up the cosmos. Even the flying immortal star's great event couldn't conceal the storm here. Was the restricted region going to be wiped out again? Yi Fan's divine might shook the world. "You can't forget, is it because you want to get revenge for Ji family's people and Jiang family's people? Their blood wasn't bad, but unfortunately, you couldn't drink it, dying in battle just like that." Up ahead, a tall demonic figure towered, facing the mountain entrance. This was the innermost depths of Undying Mountain, one that exceeded everyone's imaginations. It wasn't some terrifying demonic earth, but rather a paradise, pure and natural. There was a peach garden, fallen petals everywhere. There were a few thatched cottages, returning to their natural state. An old tortoise was crawling about, slowly moving towards the back of the thatched cottage. It was actually the 10,000-year-old divine medicine, Black Tortoise. A messy old man leaned against the wall. He was extremely old, but at this moment, his hands were sharp, grabbing the Black Tortoise medicine to prevent it from slipping away. Then, he put it into his bosom. There were two more supreme beings in Undying Mountain. One was Stone Emperor, tall and heroic, towering in front like a demonic god. In his hands was a black heavenart halberd, killing intent surging. The other was precisely that elder, his old eyes blurry. He slowly stood up and said, "You all fight, I'm leaving. I don't have much time left, I don't want to step into this storm again, only wishing to leave some of my descendants a path of survival." He actually wanted to withdraw. Meanwhile, Stone Emperor was expressionless, not expressing anything. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, his immortal eyes releasing strand after strand of radiance, seeing through what was going on. The elder was in the process of transforming into the Tao, his primordial spirit extinguishing. Even if he was given divine medicine, even if he was devoured by the creatures of the entire cosmos, it would still be difficult to reverse this. This person had lived for too long, there was already nothing in this world that could stop his decline and death. Perhaps, it could be said that this was a dead person, at most having a few years or even a few days of life left. He would inevitably transform into the Tao, turning into dust, nothing left behind. Yi Fan didn't stop him. There was no meaning in fighting someone who was about to die, and the other party didn't have any supreme being fighting strength, so he could be given a chance to choose a tomb. However, Stone Emperor definitely couldn't be let go. Chapter 1761. Sigh, I've said it before, don't be too murderous. In the end, there will be retribution. Did you see what happened? The elder shook his head, carrying a type of helplessness and sigh as he walked towards the peach blossom forest. There were more than 10 people there, all of them extremely young. Some were sealed in the source, some standing there woodenly, staring at Yi Fan and Stone Emperor. Let's go. From now on, there is no more undying mountain in this world. The greater situation cannot be stopped. This old man is about to die, seeing a corner of the future. In the future, you all can live peacefully, this isn't a bad life either. With a swing of his large sleeve, everyone was collected inside, and then he left without even turning his head back. Then, he collected a small mountain outside. Immortal tears flickered with green golden radiance. From then on, he never appeared in this world again. This was the choice of a supreme being, yet in the end, it was actually like this. It was outside of Yi Fan's expectations. In the end, he actually got over it, not even taking a look at the path of immortality. Stone Emperor didn't say anything. When one reached this cultivation realm, there was nothing they didn't understand, nothing they didn't understand. He naturally understood that type of state of mind, but everyone was different. Undying Mountain and the Void Bloodline are mortal enemies, and they won't rest until one of them is dead. You are the son-in-law of the Void Emperor's bloodline, as well as a divine body. Only death can await you. Stone Emperor finally spoke, his voice cold and arrogant. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed loudly, pointing a finger at him. Do you still think that the darkness was chaotic back then? Since I came, it was precisely to remove your head. Several hundred years ago, the void returned, the eternal universe reappeared, still an expanse of blood. Today, I don't want to tangle with you any longer. 10 moves is the limit. If I can't kill you, then I will end my own life. Stone Emperor said coldly. How egotistical. Not even the unfettered celestial being dares to treat me like this. Even an old stone like you is worthy? Yi Fan knew that he was extremely strong. Even if he wasn't the most powerful creature since the ancient times, he wasn't too far off. However, his face still fell. He had this type of confidence, and he also had this type of ability. After several hundred years passed, he advanced even further, reaching great heights. He could be said to be unmatched under the heavens. In the past, when he and his companions entered the life-restricted region, they would tremble with fear, acting carefully, not daring to act carelessly. Now, everything was different. They could fight against this type of person. Ha ha ha. Brat, you were lucky enough to keep your life that year. Return it today and end your life once and for all. The Stone Emperor laughed loudly, insufferably arrogant. His hair danced about chaotically, and his eyes were so cold that they could freeze the universe. He brandished the great halberd in his hand and hacked forward. Yi Fan soared into the sky and entered the universe. He did not want to destroy the Big Dipper star region. He had too many feelings for this place. The Stone Emperor also charged toward Ling Tian. The direction of the halberd in his hand didn't change, and he continued to slash toward Yi Fan. Black light streaked across the sky, illuminating the galaxy. Forbidden Zone Battle. The people of Big Dipper trembled. The small cultivators at the lowest level couldn't escape their homes. When they saw this scene, there wasn't a single one of them who didn't feel their bodies go cold. I believe that Senior Yi can defeat him. Everyone prayed. The major powers had long since retreated, leaving behind only the sects with no foundation. They had no way to enter the star field. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan and the Stone Emperor passed through countless galaxies and entered the desolate border of the universe. They stopped one after another. Wang! The great halberd hacked down, releasing a buzzing sound. Dragon patterns appeared, and a black dragon soared up, pouncing murderously at Yi Fan. That ancient halberd had a spirit, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. This was the most powerful imperial attack. Dang! A myriad source energy cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head. Source energy flowed out from the opening of the cauldron, crushing the universe in all directions to resist the great halberd. Meanwhile, he himself released a long roar and also attacked. He immediately used the Heavenly Emperor Fist, smashing toward the space between the Stone Emperor's brows. Victory and defeat were decided in 10 moves. When it came to life and death, there were no empty moves to speak of. In a bloody battle, all of them had to be trump cards. Hong! The Stone Emperor had been domineering his entire life. He had seen Vicious, Void, Wuxia, and others. He had experienced too many years, and he had never been willing to accept his age. When he clashed with Yi Fan, he also clenched his fists and struck back. This was a great confrontation that could collapse the heavens and split the earth. This collision alone destroyed a large expanse of the Sea of Stars and the border of primal chaos, turning this place into a source of destruction. Under Keng Chang sounds, Emperor Dao laws erupted. Millions and millions of strands of immortal light erupted, auspicious brilliance shining in tens of millions of streaks. The two individuals were greatly shaken up, flying out in retreat one after another. The Stone Emperor actually advanced, rising to the extreme while fighting against Yi Fan. This strike was incomparably terrifying. It continuously shook, truly wishing to smash Yi Fan into a bloody paste. One could see just how much restraining fear he felt towards Yi Fan. Otherwise, how could he have advanced so quickly? This was the same as stepping onto a dead end. After fighting against Yi Fan, regardless of whether he won or lost, he wouldn't be able to live. Perhaps only by entering the path of immortality and immediately becoming an immortal would he be able to survive. Pooh! When Yi Fan backed up, blood splashed out from his body. The Stone Emperor also staggered backwards, suffering a heavy blow. Blood continuously flowed out from the corners of his lips. So it turns out to be like this. Back then, you suffered serious injuries, your blood energy withering away. Your injuries are difficult to recover from, so you can only decide life and death within 10 moves. Yi Fan sneered. No wonder the other party spoke such arrogant words. This was actually a type of helplessness. The Stone Emperor had great Dao injuries that still hadn't fully recovered. Back then, he fought bloody battles under the heavens, devouring all life forms. Later on, the Wasteland Lord came, unmatched under the heavens, killing an ancient emperor that had advanced, forcing him to decisively return to Undying Mountain, unable to replenish his life force. Emperor seals the world. The Stone Emperor shouted loudly. In that instant, the surging divine force froze. All of the chaotic energy in this cosmos became still, imprisoned for eternity. This was one of his unmatched forbidden secret techniques. It evolved from petrification, able to seal for eternity, freeze the body of a great emperor, and then carry out a slaughter. Sure enough, Yi Fan couldn't budge an inch. His entire body seemed to have sunk into a swamp, encountering great trouble. The primordial spirit is immortal, my heart is eternal. He muttered softly, shaking his own natural laws with difficulty. Right now, it was difficult to comprehend the supreme physical body, but the space between his brows shone. His primordial spirit merged with the Tao, struggling free. Ah! Yi Fan roared loudly. His primordial spirit flickered, igniting the starry sky. The golden little figure was only the size of a fist, but it was incomparably dignified. One hand held the cauldron, the other hand displaying the power of time. In an instant, it rushed over, rushing murderously at the Stone Emperor. At the same time, because his primordial spirit struggled free, his physical body also erupted, shattering the void. Blood energy covered the cosmos, immediately leaping out, slaughtering the Stone Emperor. This was a great confrontation of secret techniques. Yi Fan merged the forward character secret, moving character secret, eternity imprint, and others, creating a type of great time method. With the primordial spirit as the main attack and the physical body as a shield, it was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Hong! An intense collision rang out. Keng-chong sounds rang through this place. Regardless of whether it was the all-life energy cauldron or the black gold halberd, they were both greatly shaken. Sparks flew everywhere, and at the same time, blood splashed out from the bodies of the two supreme experts. Kill! Yi Fan's primordial spirit and physical body rushed towards the Stone Emperor at almost the same time. At that moment, they reached their limits and became one, once again becoming a single entity. A strange evolution and transformation took place. It was as if a great bell of time was ringing in a drawn-out manner. His entire body suppressed downwards. Hong! The Stone Emperor flew out horizontally, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. In the end, he was no longer in his prime. In this second great confrontation, he suffered a great loss. The most important thing was that the injuries within his body were stirred up again. His old injuries relapsed, and strands of imperial blood splashed into the starry sky. It was a ghastly sight. He was unconvinced, and even more unconvinced. In the past, Yi Fan was no different from an ant in his eyes. He wasn't worthy of being his opponent even with the help of the corpse of a divine physique. He was slaughtered until his blood dyed the starry sky. However, in less than 1,000 years, the other party actually suppressed him so powerfully. What kind of experience was this? How could he endure this? Use my imperial blood as a living sacrifice, he roared loudly. With a wang sound, this part of the universe was ignited. Time and space were all within the range of his forbidden secret technique. Blood dripped from the Stone Emperor's body, dyeing the universe red. Then, it rumbled and ignited, releasing Dao cries. In a split second, Yi Fan was submerged. He couldn't evade this at all. Pooh! Yi Fan suffered a heavy blow. He exploded in the sky. This was one of the Stone Emperor's most terrifying methods. It was known as a living sacrifice, and it was created precisely for the sake of dealing with the descending immortals one day. He used his own blood and life as a primer, using this as a sacrifice to destroy his enemy. Yi Fan recovered. His body reformed, and his expression became serious. This was only the third move, yet he already suffered a great loss. Of course, even though the limit was 10 moves, it couldn't be discussed so simply. It was because every single move was greater than hundreds to over 1,000 moves, and they were all trump cards that could immediately decide life and death. The Stone Emperor's blood energy was limited, so he was destined to use this type of method to deal with his enemy. He wouldn't be able to persist for too long, and he still had to save a portion of his energy to challenge the path of immortality. Blood continued to flow. The Stone Emperor's forbidden secret technique was still being used. The Stone Emperor would rather harm himself to destroy Yi Fan. Hong! Yi Fan displayed his celestial emperor fist, causing heaven and earth to collapse. He swept out the natural laws in the void, creating a pure land for himself so that he wouldn't be affected. At the same time, he brandished his celestial emperor fist. Rumbling sounds rang out, and all of the suns, moons, and stars in the cosmos resonated with it. They erupted with precious splendor, surging from various regions. He continuously attacked, destroying the remaining divine chains of order. Stone Emperor, no matter what methods you have, you are definitely going to die today. Yi Fan roared. When he thought of his old friends, it was as if he returned to the dark age of chaos. That kind of despair and grief lingered in his heart. He was no longer powerless. He stood at the peak of the most powerful, and he could get revenge for them. Hong Yifan took the initiative to attack. The Stone Emperor was locked in place for eternity. His left hand formed the eternity imprint, and his right hand formed the space imprint. The space between his brows circulated the forward imprint, and the travel imprint was like a rainbow beneath his feet. He turned into a sphere of fiery light, burning fiercely as he slaughtered his way over. Pooh! This time, Yifan achieved a great victory. He blasted the Stone Emperor apart. So many powerful secret techniques were used at the same time, and they were fast, accurate, and ruthless. Even someone as powerful as the Stone Emperor couldn't hold on, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. I will use my divine blood to forge immortality. The Stone Emperor shouted loudly. He wasn't in a hurry to recover his body, and only protected his primordial spirit. Then, he released this kind of demonic sound, shaking the endless heavens. There was a type of strange power that was boundless. A figure that was like a demonic god walked over from the distance. The aura of time flowed about him, and it was incomparably terrifying and powerful. My next life, display all of your profound mysteries and kill him. The Stone Emperor roared loudly. That person immediately became extremely terrifying. Yifan was greatly shaken. He didn't believe in an afterlife and only believed in this life. How could the other party display this kind of technique? No, it's his self-Tao. He can actually use it like this and display this kind of power. Yifan was greatly moved. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Stone Emperor was a heaven-warping genius. He solved a difficult problem for Yifan, making Yifan's heart suddenly become clear. During these years, he had always been researching the past self and the Tao self, but it was difficult for him to convert them into actual combat strength. The Stone Emperor opened up a new gate for him. Even though he was excited, right now, he was also facing extreme danger. Yifan always felt as if he was restricted, as if he was sealed. Sure enough, he encountered a great disaster this time, directly being killed twice. Blood scattered outwards, dyeing this entire cosmos a scarlet red. However, he finally struggled free. He attacked with full force, blasting that self-Tao, God and devil apart, turning it into ashes. The Stone Emperor trembled intensely. He had already reassembled. His face was pale, and he suffered another serious injury. He knew that things didn't bode well for him today. He continuously used forbidden techniques, yet they all failed. It seems like there's no need for 10 moves. In a battle of life and death, the final move. He shouted without any joy or worry. Chapter 1762. The final move was unleashed. A solitary smoke rose up from the great desert, and a round sun set over the long river. A stone man rose up from the ground, roaring through the mountains and rivers of stars, and the cosmos collapsed. This was the scene of the Stone Emperor's birth. At that time, the heavens trembled for him, and the cosmos trembled for him. As soon as he was born, his might suppressed the endless great world. He obtained the blessings of the heavens, and his divine Tao laws were unmatched. He was born in accordance with the will of the world, and all types of secret techniques and forbidden divine abilities reached perfection on their own. His magical power was boundless. And at this moment, he displayed the ultimate divine technique. Its name was High Heavens, recreating the scene of his birth. He was nurtured by heaven and earth, the child of the heavens. The ultimate divine ability was immeasurable, toppling mountains and overturning seas. All things revived and withered, and the Tao of the cosmos resonated. Hong Long. Rivers of stars overflowed, and endless great stars covered heaven and earth as they surged like ocean waters. Natural laws and divine chains of order interweaved, connecting the past, present, and future. It was as if the heavens were angry. An enormous stone man rose up behind the Stone Emperor, and then it merged with him. It held a heavenly halberd that flickered with metallic luster, and then it hacked down. The ultimate attack. The cosmos lost color, and all ages collapsed. Regardless of whether it was the flying immortal star or the other star domains, all of the experts were horrified. This kind of attack was too unyielding and powerful. How were they supposed to defend against it? Yi Fan naturally used all of his methods as well. Irregular phenomena, secret techniques, and other things merged together. That area became a golden sea. Immortal kings and celestial emperors descended into the world, becoming one with him as they slaughtered forward. In the end, nothing could be seen. It was a blazing and boundless expanse. The sun, moon, and stars exploded one after another, and the edge of the cosmos was destroyed. Endless light became the only thing left. The deity said, "Let there be light," and this was the creation of the world. The primal chaos exploded, and the great cosmos trembled. Within the boundless sea of light, two figures gradually appeared. A heavenly halberd was dripping with blood, and it almost hacked Yi Fan in half, embedding itself in his body. Saint blood scattered across the starry sky. Yi Fan staggered, and he almost collapsed into a pool of blood. Saint blood flowed like a river, dyeing this place red. The Stone Emperor stood tall and majestic. As he faced Yi Fan, his thick hair danced in the wind, making him seem like a deity. However, at this moment, the Stone Supremacy's eyes dimmed. One hand wielding the halberd chopped down at Yi Fan, the other hand dripping with blood was doing its best to grab onto one of Yi Fan's palms. The two supreme martial artists stood facing each other. Even though Yi Fan's injuries were extremely severe, one of his hands still ruthlessly sliced into the space between the Stone Emperor's brows, directly entering his brain. Blood dripped down from that area, creating a ghastly sight. His palms were glowing. That was an immeasurable amount of divine power burning. The immortal foundation of the Stone Emperor crumbled. Cracking sounds rang out unceasingly as the Tao fruits in his life dissipated. His eyes dimmed, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, his life was about to end. Ah! With a final roar, the dim eyes of the Stone Emperor widened in anger. He spat out a mouthful of innate essence that transformed into a white chi wave that gushed towards Yi Fan. At the same time, the great halberd in his hand trembled violently, wanting to cleave the heavily injured Yi Fan to death. A cold light tore apart the grand cosmos sea. "Open!" Yi Fan roared, the sound of his Tao echoed out, shattering the innate essence. His right hand ferociously pushed out, causing the head of the Stone Emperor to explode as a flower of blood sprayed 3,000 feet into the air. In addition, treasured light radiated from his body as scriptures rang out unceasingly. His other hand transformed into a heaven empyrean fist and punched downwards. Kacha! Yi Fan used his ultimate power to shatter the ancient halberd, turning it into pieces of black gold. They were dyed in his blood as they scattered into the cosmos. Pooh! The entire body of the Stone Emperor exploded, transforming into a mist of blood that transformed into the most terrifying reign of emperors in the world. Although this battle only lasted for a few short moves, it was extremely intense. Yi Fan suffered heavy injuries. How could he be weaker than an emperor? Once he went all out, he would be invincible under the heavens. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He sat there cross-legged and rapidly healed his injuries. His hands moved about, drawing back the blood light that the Stone Emperor wanted to wash away, enveloping him within. This was the blood essence of an emperor, the strongest immortal treasure in the world. He used it to heal his injuries. The changes on the path to immortalization were imminent. He didn't have time to rest and had to recover as soon as possible. And given his cultivation base, the forbidden secret arts he grasped were heaven-defying. He naturally knew how to neutralize Tao injuries. Even if a paragon was old and weak, the blood essence he left behind was still extraordinary. Yi Fan bathed in the blood light, his entire body glowed as he rapidly recovered. Hong! Suddenly, there was a mysterious force that drew over from the flying immortal star. It wanted to seize the blood essence and have a share of the delicious soup. He suddenly opened his eyes. The cauldron above his head flew out, suppressing and severing that pulling force. Then, primal chaos surged at the mouth of the cauldron. It fiercely turned around, sucking in all of the blood essence. 3 blood pills were refined in almost an instant. Yifan swallowed one. Scriptures continuously appeared between heaven and earth, and he even more so seemed to be soaked in blood. Scarlet multicolored light filled the sky, and all types of Tao symbols appeared. His appearance was dignified. In the end, he stood up, completely recovering. His eyes were like 2 streaks of cold lightning. He put away the black golden halberd fragments and took large steps to leave the desolate border of the cosmos. He hurried back to the Big Dipper star. Just now, that final move made all parts of the cosmos tremble. Almost all cultivators were terrified. They felt a type of great Tao descend, as if the heavens were going to destroy the world. However, they didn't know the final result. At this time, Yifan appeared. It was clear that the great battle had reached its final conclusion. He slaughtered the Stone Emperor. The divine body killed another supreme being. The Stone Emperor's era has come to an end. Who would have thought that the Stone Emperor's life would end just like that? In the end, he was killed by someone. The entire world was shocked, especially the Big Dipper star domain. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. A generation's unmatched Stone Emperor was killed just like that. The divine body's might and fighting strength left everyone shocked. They all felt their blood boil. What kind of great achievement was this? He killed the person who brought the greatest harm to the darkness chaos. The Stone Emperor has been slaughtered. This roar rang through the entire Big Dipper star. The great earth of the eastern wastelands trembled. The people of the world cheered. Yifan arrived at Undying Mountain. He collected the spoils of war to prevent others from taking away the fruits of victory. It was because from now on, the entire Undying Mountain would become an ownerless land. There was a divine spring here, as well as a Tao comprehension tea immortal tree. It was a world's divine treasure, as well as the undying medicine Yifan wanted the most. He tried to collect it. He discovered that it was quite special. This Undying Mountain didn't enter the magical artifact and was extremely sturdy. Not entering reincarnation, undying is the foundation. An enormous monument floated up. Yifan suddenly recalled that Undying Mountain's origins were mysterious. It was just like Kunlun and Mount Meru, a divine mountain of the universe's origin. It was completely different, one of the most bizarre places. This really is a good treasure. No wonder this is the only place that can raise the Tao comprehension tree. It originated from here. Yifan released a great roar. He pulled up the entire Undying Mountain with a single hand. Under rumbling sounds, he left the great earth of the eastern wastelands and directly soared into the sky. So heavy. He was extremely shocked. Only he could move it. If it was any other quasi-emperor, they might not necessarily be able to do so. This black mountain was even heavier than many stellar rivers. The entire world was shaken. One of the 7 great life-restricted regions had its name removed once again. This time, it was still Yifan's doing. He was truly a matchless deity. He killed a supreme being, making everyone tremble. From now on, there will be no more Stone Emperor in this world, nor will there be any more Undying Mountain life-restricted regions. This has created history. It will forever be recorded in the annals of divine battles. The entire world was shocked, all of them discussing this incomparably. Yifan couldn't be bothered with these things. He held Undying Mountain with a single hand, and with a few flickers, he disappeared from the cosmos. He entered the sea of primal chaos, sealing this source divine earth. Only after an hour did he appear in this world. And the path of immortality has changed. someone is going to achieve immortality? Yi Fan was shocked. In the flying immortal star, a rain of light scattered down endlessly, covering that place, turning it into the most holy land. Yi Fan quickly rushed over. There was actually going to be a result in this world. The supreme beings turned against each other. At this time, the path of immortality was fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and deities howled. The number of immortal ascension slots was limited, so they were going to fight over those 2 or 3 slots. Is it because of the immortal ascension cauldron? It was actually conquered so quickly. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He descended into the sealed land, stepping onto that great golden path. An endless rain of light scattered down, making him feel as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. He felt the carefree feeling of ascending to heaven. Correct, as soon as he stepped into this place, every single pore relaxed, expelling the impure energy of this cosmos, absorbing the unique aura of the path of immortality. His entire body became light, about to float. A shattered immortal past towered before him, long shattered. He directly entered. Corpses were everywhere, all of them gods, devils, and immortal spirits. These were formed from natural laws, yet they were all so real. Up ahead was a primal chaos cave, and then there was a reincarnation gate. The blurry immortal domain realm was faintly discernible. The supreme beings slaughtered their way inside, their eyes all red. Yi Fan released a light sigh. He had to enter, because the primal chaos cave was about to close again. If he didn't take action now, he would never have another chance. Hong. He took action with full force, sweeping away all obstacles, making this path clear. Yi Fan stepped foot, signifying that he was participating in the immortal ascension battle. The blurry immortal domain realm was only a projection. The supreme beings broke through the barrier, opening up a path, fighting intensely on the great immortal light path, advancing. This naturally left Yi Fan alarmed. He truly saw hope. One person had already died, killed in a miserable manner. Now, only the immortal tomb ancient sovereign, 10,000 dragon emperor, white tiger Daoist, beast god, and phoenix-winged golden lion remained. The immortal ascension cauldron opened up the path at the very front, breaking through the immortal domain realm's barrier, continuously advancing, closing in on the immortal domain realm. Yi Fan's arrival naturally drew everyone's hostility. There were immediately several streaks of immortal light that flew over, slaughtering their way towards him. An intense great battle erupted. This place became a chaotic battlefield. The 6 of them didn't care for their own safety, all of them rushing to the very front. Perhaps there really were only 2 or 3 people who could achieve immortality, the ones behind them had no hope. Hong. Suddenly, a vast fluctuation came from outside the immortal path. That was the lightning tribulation. It actually spread here from the distant depths of the galaxy. The Quasi-Emperor has 8 layers of heavenly tribulation, and it is an incredible chaos tribulation. He is going to evolve into a giant dragon. He really chose a good time. On the immortal path, a supreme side. Kacha. Another great tribulation came. The vast galaxy shook, and countless star domains were destroyed. Another person, even more terrifying. He can be considered a young dragon. It is actually the Yin-Yang Great Sovereign Tribulation. This is the tribulation of the Quasi-Emperor's 9 layers of heaven. The white tiger Daoist's eyes flickered. Great changes had occurred in the outside world. 2 people had consecutively crossed tribulations, using the time when they were not present to break through. He is not a person of the present world. What era did he endure and actually cross the tribulation now? Rumble, thunder sounded incessantly. There were actually people continuously crossing tribulations, choosing this time to do so. Most of them were Quasi-Emperor's 7 or 8 layers of heaven, but there were also a few who had the vast 9 layers of heavenly tribulation. This was shocking. Something like this had never happened before. There were actually so many unrivaled heroes crossing tribulations at the same time. There is Dao Yi, the sacred prince, Huang Shudao, and other familiar auras. There are even more mysterious and unknown people. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. This was only what they sensed. The universe was so vast, and there were always some people who couldn't be sensed. Only a few fluctuations spread out. It was unknown just how many peerless geniuses were using this opportunity to cross tribulations. The most terrifying thing was that none of them were ordinary quasi-emperor tribulations. They were all special heavenly punishments that shocked endless eras. This group of juniors really can endure, choosing a good time. The beast god sighed softly. Hong. Suddenly, the most violent sound interrupted the conversation on the path of immortality. Yi Fan and all the other supreme beings trembled. Great Emperor Tribulation. There was actually someone who was going to become an emperor at this time and cross endless divine tribulation. Immortal light covered heaven and earth, leaving the ancient venerables on the immortal path shocked. Chapter 1763. What kind of miracle was this? After so many years, someone was going to become an emperor silently, all of this happening so suddenly. There were no clues at all before, no signs at all. It came too quickly, abruptly, exceeding the calculations of the supreme beings. I didn't sense anything before. Who is this person? Why is he suddenly going to become an emperor? He never appeared in my memories. The great battles on the immortal path weren't that intense anymore. All of this exceeded the supreme beings' expectations. They were hostile towards each other, on guard against each other, but when they encountered this type of thing, they felt a type of danger. In this world, there were people they couldn't calculate on, people who transcended their grasp. They were even more terrifying than the variable Yi Fan. Hong Long. Endless divine tribulation surged. The desolate edge of the cosmos shattered, surging into the great cosmos. Countless star systems turned into smoke and dust, a type of unmatched natural laws spreading. At this moment, 10,000 Dao wailed. All types of divine chains of order in the cosmos were going to be suppressed, thus forming a new human Dao. He was going to be high up above, overlook the 9 heavens 10 earths. Is he going to succeed? As long as he makes it through the lightning tribulation, another formidable unmatched figure will appear in the endless past. The phoenix wing gilded Ho released a light sigh. It thought back to its glorious past, and then thought back to its current declining self, feeling indescribable sadness and nostalgia. It is a bit familiar, as if it appeared in history before, but I can't remember who it was. He should have undergone some changes. Who exactly is it? The supreme beings were extremely sensitive. One of them caught a trace of a familiar aura, but they couldn't recognize who it was. All of their minds jumped. Hong. The great Emperor Tribulation surged, spreading through the entire cosmos. It was extremely tyrannical, surging towards all directions. This was the forging of a single Emperor Dao, wishing to suppress the world of mortals. As long as this person achieved the Dao, all those who came after him couldn't become emperors in this life. They could only wait until 10,000 years after his death. This left everyone shocked. The heavenly geniuses all trembled. In this world, there were ancient princes, the most stunning heroes, geniuses of all types of inheritances. This was the great accumulation of endless generations, all of them reviving in this world, appearing. Meanwhile, this person achieving the Tao was the same as cutting off everyone's paths. How could it be like this? Why now? No, I am unwilling. In the universe, there were quite a number of people undergoing tribulations, including Fire Qilin, Daoist Divine Silkworm, Tianda, Divinity, and so on. Which one of them wasn't a peerless genius? But now, the great sovereign tribulation had suddenly appeared. It was simply a disaster for them. They were in despair, unable to see the light, unable to see hope. Their path was cut off. Borrowing another 500 years from the heavens? God, you are so unfair. Just give me another 100 years. Why is it like this? I've already seen the light and I want to push open that door, but you, the heavens, mercilessly closed it for me. There were people who were facing tribulation everywhere. Some were silent, others crying out in grief, unable to accept this result. The great emperor tribulation was truly too sudden. There wasn't the slightest sign before this. If it was any other great world, this person's name would have definitely shaken the world a long time ago. He would have made a name for himself and slaughtered his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. However, he suddenly erupted today. Boom! The heavenly tribulation shook the world, suppressing everything, drowning out endless star systems. It was as if the world of mortals was being wiped out. The natural laws of the great Tao were arranged, continuously changing. This world's supreme expert's Tao became the only one, suppressing all inheritances, ruling over this part of the universe. Thunder rumbled, chaotic energy surged, blazing electrical radiance danced about. Every single streak crossed several star systems, incomparably large. This left everyone shocked. Is this the great emperor tribulation? It's too terrifying. In the heavenly punishment, within the endless lightning radiance, a golden figure stood alone, fiercely resisting, conquering the great Tao. He wanted to merge his own unmatched imprint with the universe, becoming the only one. An endless sea of lightning poured over, every single one of them just that terrifying. Comparatively speaking, those exceptional heavenly geniuses' quasi-emperor tribulations weren't enough at this moment. Even though they were rarely seen since ancient times, how could they compare to the great emperor tribulation? A long cry sounded. A streak of fiery light burned the heavens. A golden figure seemed to have broken through the restrictions of endless time, streaking across a large half of the cosmos, continuously attacking. It's a divine bird. Someone saw an emperor ascending figure, revealing a look of shock. This didn't belong to the human race, a fiend race great emperor was about to appear. Who cares who he is? None of this has anything to do with us. What he is fighting over is the position of a great emperor, while what we are fighting over is the immortal ascension fruit. The great battle on the immortal path continued. The great supreme being's attitudes were cold. If it was in the past, they would stop them, take action, but now, they couldn't care less. From a certain perspective, what they said was also the truth. They had an even higher goal. Immortal domain loomed over them, right before their eyes. If they fought their way in, then they would create history, become the ultimate immortal since ancient times. Kill. Everyone rushed forward. The bitter battle continued. Yi Fan joined, becoming the main target of attention. From time to time, powerful beams of light swept over. Of course, everyone was on guard against each other, looking for opportunities to take action against others. It was because they were all opponents, so right now, there was no way they could unite against a common enemy. Alliances weren't stable, and they were short-lived. Hong. In the outside world, the great emperor tribulation became even more intense, actually affecting the immortal path. This left everyone shocked. It was clear that this person's tribulation was extremely grand, affecting this place. He is moving, using extreme speed to evade the lightning methods, doing his best to accumulate power, wishing to make it through. The White Tiger Daoist said. Is he that strong? Just barely qualified. Only if he can make it through will he be a great emperor. If he can't make it through, then he's nothing more than a pile of dung. The beast god's voice was extremely cold. The great battle on the immortal ascension path reached a boiling point. Yi Fan had long seen blood. The supreme beings all advanced, standing in the most powerful domain, unmatched under the heavens. This was an intense great collision. Each time they clashed, there would be blood that splashed high into the air. Even though their words were still rather calm, killing intent had long reached the heavens. Everyone had to be on guard against each other. The divine bird released a long cry, the universe trembling. A great emperor was rising up. He was enduring torment, making it through with great difficulty. A golden figure moved through the skies within the lightning flames, flying past the immortal ascension star system, bringing with it large amounts of tribulation light. A golden crow, there was actually someone from this race who achieved the Tao. On the immortal path, everyone felt a tremendous pressure. That type of aura was too terrifying, extremely powerful, as if raging flames were burning their bodies. I have some impressions. Back then, there was a quasi-emperor who faced 9 heavenly tribulations. The disturbance was tremendous, waking up those who were asleep. They wanted to take action against him, but in the end, he injured his great Tao immortal platform, so no one moved against him. Later on, he suffered bitterly for several thousand years, finally passing away in meditation. What a golden crow, truly scheming, actually hiding it from supreme beings. Back then, he clearly studied a rebirth method, going through a lot of trouble for the sake of starting a second life, using his life and Tao foundation as a gambling stake, all for the sake of becoming an emperor in this life. The supreme being's eyes flickered with cold light. If it wasn't on the immortal ascension path, they definitely would have taken action. At this moment, Yi Fan also knew who this person was. He sensed that type of aura, he had seen it before. It was that golden egg in the depths of Heavenly Weapon's ancient star. Back then when he went to temper himself, he found the Wang Ziwen and made a shocking discovery there. That was the training ground of ancient heaven, the entire star was the head of the spirit treasure celestial being. And in the depths of the earth, the flames of the supreme being immortal platform were still burning, there was even immortal liquid flowing. There was a golden egg there that was absorbing everything, protected by a crow, the great sage. All of these things flashed through his mind. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. The one who became an emperor was actually the Golden Crow race's old quasi-emperor. There had always been rumors about how formidable the old quasi-emperor was, yet he never revealed it. Only later on did people learn that he passed away in meditation. But now, it seemed like the methods of the Golden Crow race's old quasi-emperor were heaven-defying. He gambled everything from his first life, allowing himself to undergo rebirth, living a second life. This was a type of terrifying strength, but it also required a type of boldness. What a pity, I missed this opportunity back then. Yi Fan softly spoke. Hong. The immortal ascension cauldron shook violently, the laws on it igniting, causing the myriad dragon emperor, beast god and the others to be shocked. They worked together to control it, the divine laws sealed on it were about to be exhausted. The cauldron attacked on its own, its power even more astonishing, but it was now a bit out of their control. The great Tao of immortal light was resplendent. A figure appeared in the green cauldron, a bit similar to the divine child when he grew up, but it was countless times more powerful than him. It was incomparably dignified, intimidating the universe. This was the deity within the cauldron, and it was even more so exactly the same as the Emperor Zun of the past. This was the first time Yi Fan saw the appearance of the Emperor Zun. Of course, he knew that this couldn't be the Emperor Zun, just like the deity in his cauldron, merely imitating his appearance. The green cauldron trembled, immediately shattering the barrier before it, smashing its way in. Dang! Suddenly, an intense tremor rang out. It was unknown what the immortal ascension cauldron struck, but a clear sound rang out, shaking the great supreme beings. There was something blocking the path ahead, lying in the rain of light. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but become sluggish, their resistance slowing down, all of them looking forward. That was a monument that had existed for a long time. It was different from the immortal paths, steels, reincarnation gates and other things they saw before. It wasn't formed from interweaving natural laws, but rather a true substance. A true monument appeared on the path of immortality. This was just too shocking, making everyone feel excited. Are we going to enter a real world and not a projected region? It is because we are seeing a real monument. White Tiger Daoist trembled, his head of white hair standing on end. This made everyone suspect that they had fought their way into immortal domain. This monument was extremely ancient, as if it had existed for such a long time. There was an indescribable feeling to it. There were a few characters on it that weren't archaic divine characters, but rather characters from the chaotic ancient years, impossible to make out. The only fortunate thing was that there was a section of Emperor text. This was the highest immortal text that hadn't changed since the ancient times. Only those who reached this cultivation realm could comprehend and understand it. After crossing this monument, perhaps one might truly achieve immortality. There was actually this line of words, carrying a bit of doubt and uncertainty, as well as a bit of a desolate sigh of regret after reaching the peak. Someone had previously slaughtered his way here, so close to immortal domain, and then left behind this monument. Did he fight his way in? Everyone felt a wave of apprehension. He is Ancient Wasteland Tower's master, Heavenly Emperor Huang. It was because they saw that imprint. A tower was engraved at the very bottom of the monument. That was like a name, leaving those of later generations with endless fanciful thoughts. It was a period of time that was destroyed, one that was even more ancient than the legendary era. There had never been any records of it, so no one knew what kind of period it was. Only the 9 great celestial beings had said that it was the disappeared chaotic ancient era, a period of reincarnation forgotten, a resplendent period of time lost in the long river of time. Chapter 1764. This was a stele that wasn't formed from natural laws, but rather an ancient object that stood on the path of immortality. They had never seen this type of entity before. Moreover, it was established by Heavenly Emperor Huang, so its influence was just too great. That was a chaotic period of time that couldn't be verified or understood. However, everyone knew that the experts of that period were extremely terrifying, or else how could an immortal artifact like the ancient Wasteland Tower be left behind? Did Heavenly Emperor Huang achieve immortality? This was a question that left everyone bewildered. That person had previously reached this place, yet the ancient Wasteland Tower was still left in the mortal realm. Did he succeed? Chi! A string of bloody light erupted. Yifan's left rib split open, a bone broken. This was an enormous white tiger claw. The white tiger Daoist attacked him fiercely and accurately. In this place, their attacks didn't stop, moreover becoming even more intense. It was because those who passed this Dao stele might achieve immortality. There were only 2 or 3 spots, so how could they not fight to the death? In reality, not only was Yifan injured, everyone's bodies were already covered in blood. After fighting so intensely, they were all riddled with scars, bathed in imperial blood. During the attack just now, the white tiger Daoist turned into his original form. A portion of his enormous tail was broken off, grabbed by Yifan, currently using it like a whip. Hong! An intense collision sounded. The phoenix wing gilded hoe and beast god collided, immortal light erupting in endless streaks, a rain of blood scattering everywhere. The supreme beings from the immortal tomb fought a great battle against the 10,000 Dragon Emperor. Terrifying auras covered heaven and earth, spreading everywhere. Every single person was covered in blood, their weapons all damaged. Suddenly, in that instant, the 5 archaic emperors seemed to erupt at the same time, rushing murderously towards Yifan. Their movements were synchronized, wishing to kill him. It is time. Let's get rid of him first, and then we'll fight over the spots. They felt great restraining fear towards Yifan, because he was a present-age supreme being, his blood energy like a sea. He was superior to them, able to fight for a long time, while they couldn't. Their time was limited, and they feared that they might end up helping the divine body Yifan for nothing. Hong! Yifan's hands moved. A wave of resplendent immortal light erupted, blocking in front of him. That type of aura shocked past and present, even making the 5 great supreme beings' expressions change. It was the immortal ascension cauldron. It flew back in reverse. Under Yi Fan's guidance, it protected him. Green multicolored light overflowed into the heavens, immortal Tao laws dancing about, as if it was going to shatter the heavens and 10,000 realms. You've taken advantage of me. The primeval venerables deduced what was going on. The god in the cauldron had transformed into a divine child in its ignorant years. Although it had returned to its original position, it still remembered him. In the past, no one knew that the tool deity of the celestial ascension cauldron was in the hands of Yi Fan. Now, after forging the cauldron, they finally understood. Do you think that you can defeat the 5 of us just because you have a cauldron? What a joke. Even if a venerable sovereign comes back to life, you won't be able to defeat us. With a droning sound, 5 types of supreme grand Tao laws surged out mightily and swept forward, drowning Yi Fan within. The immortal ascension cauldron trembled and radiance poured down. Yi Fan attacked without holding anything back. Pooh! Blood rained down. He was seriously injured. Even though he had the immortal ascension cauldron in hand, he couldn't withstand the combined attack of 5 imperial realm masters. In the present world, who could fight against 5 emperors alone? That wasn't realistic. Unless one became an immortal, they would undoubtedly die if they didn't. The only fortunate thing was that the immortal ascension cauldron was floating above his head. It could weaken his attacks and carry out his defense. Otherwise, Yi Fan wouldn't have much luck and it would be difficult for him to survive. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. The situation wasn't looking good. He had hurried to enter the Immortal Pass, Primal Chaos Cave, and Reincarnation Gate before they closed. He already had this type of understanding. Becoming an immortal was definitely a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life. He had to risk his life. However, those people's alliance was definitely not solid. If there was a chance, they would definitely eliminate their competitors. He didn't hesitate. His body and the immortal ascension cauldron became one. Green multicolored light erupted, rushing towards the path of immortals. There was no path left, so a great golden path was forcibly opened up, piercing through the terrifying barrier. Hong! He charged through that monument. Dazzling radiance suddenly appeared in front of him. A vast world was right before his eyes. Could it be that he had become an immortal and entered the immortal domain? The others naturally wouldn't let him ascend to immortality first. They advanced side by side, also rushing in, observing the great world all around. Ancient trees reached into the heavens, great rivers overflowing. This really was a vast world. In addition, there were divine birds flying about, immortal beasts roaring, their steps making the great earth rumble. Did we achieve immortality? The white tiger Daoist cried out loudly. He transformed into his enormous original body. He couldn't help but roar towards the heavens, collapsing a mountain peak under his feet. His terrifying body crushed heaven and earth, the scene incomparably astonishing. Everyone stopped, no longer fighting. Did they achieve immortality just like that? It was too sudden. They had barged into a strange world. Something's wrong, our body's conditions haven't improved. Even though the aura here is many times stronger, it isn't the immortal realm, said the beast god. The others even more so closed their eyes, carefully sensing their surroundings. A moment later, they were disappointed, revealing incomparably sorrowful expressions. This place still isn't the immortal domain, produced by natural laws. Only, it is too real, almost fooling us all. This was a cruel reality. They fought their way in, yet they didn't see the results they hoped for. This wasn't the immortal realm, making them feel despair. In that instant, everyone stopped fighting, forgetting to fight with everything they had, all of them silently deducing. I've deduced it, this place is, in front of the immortal realm, we've arrived. Almost at the same time, everyone opened their eyes, divine light erupting from them. Even Yi Fan was no exception. There was a heavenly gate right in front of them, once they stepped in, they would become immortals. They rushed into the depths of this world together, finally seeing a heavenly gate. Several people tried to break through, but in the end, they all failed. No one could move it. It was like an undying monument, towering at the limits of the world, impossible to open at all. Use the Immortal Ascension Cauldron. Several supreme beings pressed over, having Yi Fan take action. Yi Fan faced them coldly, but he really did take action. He also wanted to see if he could open it. The heavenly gate swayed under rumbling sounds, but it still didn't shatter in the end, failing. There are words that appeared. Requires the sacrifice of an Emperor Dao expert, and only then will this gate open. This is the only path that leads into immortal domain. These were Emperor symbols. Even though they were profound and unfathomable, they couldn't stop them. This made those individuals look at each other in dismay, their eyes erupting with cold light. Otherwise, they would have to get rid of at least half of them, and only then would there be enough spots. It seemed like they had to fight with everything they had. When Yi Fan saw those people stare at him again, wishing to use him as a sacrifice, he said with a cold smile, "Everyone, I haven't truly achieved the Tao yet, are you all not scared of being useless? Moreover, do you all really believe the words engraved on the heavenly gate to be true? Who knows if this isn't the greatest scam since ancient times? Even if it's a scam, now that we've already reached this step, is there still any way out?" The beast deity said, his eyes releasing cold light. They already didn't have a path of retreat, already ascending to the extreme. After this battle, they most likely wouldn't have the ability to step on the immortal path again. Now was the last chance of their lives. Perhaps there were traps ahead, even fake, but they didn't have a choice. As long as there was a trace of hope, they had to advance. Kill. A great battle erupted. Yi Fan was the target they wanted to eliminate, but they all had selfish motives. They understood that he was only achieving the Tao through a different method, fearing that his sacrifice would be useless, so they secretly searched for other targets. This type of battle was mutually restraining, on guard against each other. As a result, the battle was extremely painful. In the end, there were people who ambushed their allies after all, a chaotic battle erupting. The Supreme Being from Immortal Tomb also became the target. Apart from this, the White Tiger Daoist didn't have it easy either, almost coughing out blood. A chaotic battle erupted, heaven and earth collapsing, this world of natural laws almost collapsing. If not for them being so close to the immortal realm, unmatched symbols flickering about, the battlefield and immortal path would have completely disappeared. In the outside world, heavenly punishment sounded. The great cosmos trembled, all types of light flying about. At this moment, all clans knew who was going to achieve the Tao. Everyone saw an enormous golden crow, a strand of imprint gradually merging into the great Tao of heaven and earth. No one could stop it. His Tao fruit had already been formed, forever engraved in this world. After this tribulation, he would inevitably become an unmatched great emperor. The great tribulation continued. In the endless sea of lightning, a golden crow whose entire body seemed to be cast from gold weaved about in the cosmos, attacking the 9 heavens above, exploring the 9 netherworlds below. He was creating a legend of achieving the Tao. Ha ha ha. On Huasong's star, all of the important figures of the Golden Crow race were laughing loudly, some even crying. This result shocked them all, moving them to tears. This was a miracle. They thought that the old Golden Crow had died a long time ago. Who would have thought that he was actually going to become an emperor? The clansmen all thought that the old Golden Crow was cultivating in isolation, only they knew that the old ancestor had disappeared for many years. There had been no news of him for a long time, and he had most likely died. However, today, he returned powerfully. He's become an emperor. I want to see how that human race's divine body can still act so arrogantly. Indeed, my clan's old ancestor has become a great emperor. As the master of this world, no one can stop him. His blood energy is exuberant, not something those old supreme beings can compare to. Many people from the Golden Crow race were excited while gnashing their teeth. They were full of hatred towards Yi Fan. The other party had killed too many of their race's experts in the past, yet they were powerless to resist. My Golden Crow race's glory will illuminate the endless ages, and no one will be able to resist. The experts from all over the universe were all silent. A Golden Crow Great Emperor was about to come into being, and the entire universe's situation was about to undergo great changes. I was wondering why a great emperor would suddenly appear and reach this realm without a sound. Turns out it was him. In his first life, he ruled the world and fought until the 9th layer of the Quasi-Emperor, traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had long accumulated enough, and this era naturally belongs to him. Sigh. Naturally, there were people who felt regretful. Among them, Im Tianda, Fire Qilin, Divine Venerable, and Divine Silkworm Daoist were the most regretful. They also had hope, and it wouldn't take too long. Unfortunately, everything was too late. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's rise had cut off their future path. Dong, the sound of the bell lingered. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was refining his own weapon in the lightning tribulation. It was a large golden bell, the same color as his body. It was forged from the Tao Tribulation's gold and was very suitable for him. So powerful. He actually forged his own weapon when becoming an emperor. He even prepared such supreme immortal materials. Everyone sighed in admiration. They knew that the Golden Crow Great Emperor was very bold, or perhaps it could be said that he was very ambitious. In the endless lightning, a large bell took shape. It shone with resplendent golden light and illuminated the 33 layers of heaven. The long bell's fluctuations were heard throughout the universe. The large bell took shape and crossed the tribulation together with him. As long as they could endure it, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. However, the old Golden Crow was also anxious. He had become an emperor and was about to reach the Great Circle, but he also sensed the changes on the path of immortality. He knew that if the Immortal Pass, the Chaos Cave, and the Reincarnation Gate were completely closed, the people of the outside world would no longer have a chance. Becoming an emperor isn't my goal. I also want to become an immortal, to be number one throughout the ages. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was determined. He let out a resounding cry that shook the entire universe. He spread his wings for a few days, carrying the large golden bell and endless heavenly tribulation as he charged towards the immortal pass that was about to close. Chapter 1765. In front of the heavenly gate, Yi Fan, the myriad dragon emperor, the white tiger Daoist, and the others were bathed in blood. The battle had already reached a climax, and every one of them was heavily injured. Their bodies were covered in blood, and even their immortal platforms were cracked. Yi Fan was naturally the focus of attention. Everyone wanted to eliminate him in advance, but with the protection of the immortal ascension cauldron, he never died. In reality, there was another important reason. Yi Fan had a blood pill refined from the body of an ancient supreme being, which was comparable to a divine medicine. If he didn't take it in time, he might really have died long ago. In this intense battle, he was heavily injured several times, but after swallowing the blood pill, he immediately recovered. He was full of energy, giving him a great advantage. Otherwise, he would already be a dead man. No matter how powerful someone was, they couldn't block the repeated attacks of several supreme beings. He came back to life several times, and because of this, he changed the battle situation. Because he almost killed another person, the Supreme Emperor from the Immortal Mausoleum was covered in blood, and the flame of his life was about to extinguish. Because the Supreme Beings were also plotting against each other, constantly killing each other in the dark, they weren't truly allies. As a result, their own people were also within the range of being killed. Apart from this, the White Tiger Daoist also suffered heavy injuries. And the Heavenly Gate required the sacrifice of a true cultivator, so these two people naturally replaced Yi Fan as the target. The sound of flesh and bones turning into paste and blood splashing could be heard. The supreme being from the immortal mausoleum was killed by everyone, and his blood was everywhere. Yifan also had a part to play in this. Reality was just this cruel. His allies took action against him, and his enemies also took action against him. In this place, once he weakened, it meant that he would be killed and become everyone's target. Survival of the fittest, the strong preying on the weak. At this moment, it was truly an indescribable irony. Boom! Large amounts of flesh and blood flew up together, landing on that immortal gate, causing it to shine brilliantly, a crack vaguely appearing. Seeing this, everyone took advantage of this opportunity to attack the heavenly gate together, hoping to open it and fly in. At this time, the immortal ascension cauldron was also smashing on its own. It didn't need anyone's sacrifice, it wanted to destroy this heavenly gate, proving an undying world, and see what exactly was in that world. Unfortunately, that crack was extremely bright, continuously releasing dense immortal light, but it just couldn't be opened. There were some who wanted to turn into a streak of light and enter, but they suffered serious injuries. Changing their bodies was useless, unable to pass through that gate. There were formless natural laws suppressing it. It's still not enough, we have to sacrifice another person who achieved Tao, the 10,000 Dragons Emperor said. Everyone's gazes were fixed on Yifan and White Tiger Daoist. The two of them were the best targets. If the two of them died, then the remaining three could become immortals. White Tiger Daoist laughed bitterly. He knew that he was in more danger than Yifan because he was old and frail. After fighting for so long, he was about to withdraw from his strongest domain. It would be difficult for him to hold on for long. Fellow Daoists, we've worked hard for our entire lives, but what if it's all for naught in the end? Our performance today is even worse than that of a mortal? How ironic. The beast god was dismayed. Because we no longer have a chance. In this life, we can only carry out this final struggle. Some people are quite patient. It seems like they've made up their minds not to come out in this life, still choosing to remain silent. The 10,000 Dragons Emperor revealed a bleak sigh as he gazed in the Big Dipper's direction. This made Yifan's heart tremble. There were still ancient emperors who hadn't appeared, not appearing yet, the forbidden region still unending. This made one's blood run cold. What were those people waiting for? Were they still not going to acknowledge this life? Hong Long Long. The heavenly tribulation was deafening. A great explosion sounded from behind. A streak of golden light tore through eternity, making every single supreme being's heart jump. How daring, actually daring to come here. You've only just become an emperor, not even at the consummate level, yet you dare enter the immortal path, ruining our important matters. You are courting death. The supreme being's reactions were all different. Their words were extremely blunt, but immediately afterwards, their expressions all changed. The Golden Crow Great Emperor didn't enter at the end of the tribulation, but rather forcefully barged through the blazing heavenly punishment. It was extremely terrifying, perhaps even able to injure them. The Great Tribulation rumbled, extremely vast, making their hearts tremble. Their bodies couldn't help but resonate, about to enter the heavenly punishment. This was a terrifying great disaster. Even though they felt resentment inside, they had no choice but to avoid the brunt of the attack. They felt a sense of alarm, or else they really might fail miserably. Endless divine tribulation spread out, drowning out this place, boundless and without limit, even the immortal path behind them shattered. It was just too terrifying. Everyone here, apart from Yifan, had all previously experienced this type of terrifying great tribulation. When they entered, it was fine if they didn't resist, but once they did, they might once again experience the feeling of crossing tribulation when they were young. However, they were already old. Even if they advanced, in the most powerful domain, they still couldn't endure that type of great tribulation again. It was because that would continue for an extremely long time, exhausting the last of their strength. Even though they were furious, berating it, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This golden crow really knew how to scheme, choosing this time to enter, truly making them unable to endure it. No one had thought that a golden crow would change everything here. The golden crow great emperor was full of ambition. He was unwilling to let the immortal path be sealed and become an outsider, so he rushed over before he had completely succeeded. He didn't stop for a moment, spreading his wings and striking the heavenly gate, displaying a power that shocked everyone present. Blood chi surged into the sky. Even though the golden crow great emperor had also suffered serious injuries in the lightning tribulation and was covered in blood, his fighting spirit was unparalleled. He used all his strength to strike the gate. The most terrifying thing was that endless heavenly tribulation descended, all smashing onto the immortal gate. It was incomparably violent, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. At this moment, everyone was covered in blood, passively enduring the lightning strikes. They wanted to resist, but they were afraid of crossing the tribulation, and it would be too unbearable if they didn't. Yi Fan decisively retreated with the green cauldron, leaving this place. However, this heavenly tribulation was too vast. During this process, he was continuously struck. This made him smile bitterly. In the past, he had used this method to attack great enemies from above and suppress them from below. He never thought that there would be a day when someone would also use this method to deal with him. Even though he had never feared the sea of lightning in the past, using the heavenly lightning to temper his body, he had no choice but to temporarily avoid it now. It was because this was a great emperor tribulation, the most terrifying lightning in the world. If he drew the flames to himself, it would be extremely bad. He still wanted to fight for the immortal path, so he didn't have time to deal with these things. The other supreme beings also retreated, arriving at the border of this fake immortal domain. Fortunately, this place was vast enough, comparable to a vast star system. They watched coldly from the sidelines. In the process of retreating, everyone was struck by lightning. Their faces were covered in dirt, and some even had their skin torn open, dripping with blood. This was because they didn't resist with all their strength, fearing that they would attract the heavenly tribulation. The golden crow great emperor let out a long cry, resonating with this world. He was like an immortal king, golden light shining endlessly. He attacked the heavenly gate many times, using the great tribulation to attack. Amidst rumbling sounds, the crack in the immortal gate widened a little, but it didn't shake in the end. Dang! The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. The golden crow divine bell forged from Dao tribulation gold began to burn. Dao ripples rushed out, passing through the crack, about to enter immortal domain. Overestimating your own abilities, not even truly reaching the consummate level, yet you already vainly wish to achieve immortality. I believe you won't even know how you died. The Supreme Being sneered. The golden crow great emperor came just in time. They prepared to sacrifice him alive. Everyone, including Yi Fan, prepared to take action, using forbidden methods to kill the old golden crow in front of the heavenly gate and carry out a blood sacrifice. However, those who became emperors were all intelligent, especially now that he obtained the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. The golden crow great emperor's entire body was cleansed by the Tao, instantly understanding that he couldn't achieve immortality. Moreover, if they continued to delay, there would definitely be a great disaster. He carried the endless great tribulation, turning around and returning. Kill. The great supreme beings took action, but their expressions also changed. The endless heavenly tribulation arrived, drowning them out again. Hong. Under the brilliant radiance, an intense great battle erupted here. The supreme beings were a bit gloomy, not daring to attack with full force out of fear of the divine tribulation descending upon them. However, despite this being the case, this place still erupted, fighting until heaven and earth collapsed. Pooh! The golden crow great emperor exploded, his entire body covered in blood, golden feathers flying everywhere. However, he quickly reassembled his body, releasing a mournful cry, rushing outwards. Dang! The great golden bell swayed, and then it exploded with a honglong sound. His Dao artifact had just been born, yet it was directly shattered, turning into golden fragments that filled the sky. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's blood splashed onto the heavenly gate, making that place rumble. The crack became larger again, as if it was going to open. The Fiend Race Great Emperor roared angrily. Wind and lightning raged, chaotic lightning radiance erupted. He didn't hesitate to incur a destructive disaster, guiding the Great Tribulation to descend, hacking towards everyone. It had to be said that this truly made others feel restraining fear. However, what kind of people were these supreme beings? They all came from this step as well. They used forbidden secret techniques, launching attacks again. Even though the Golden Crow Great Emperor fled into the distance, his body continuously exploded 3 times, each time collapsing after reassembling. Blood dyed this place red, but he still managed to escape with the Great Bell fragments. He was lucky to survive, but he might not be able to reach perfection. His current state isn't good, but he asked for it. He hasn't even reached perfection, yet he dares to compete with us. His ambitions are too great. The people behind all sneered. Suddenly, the myriad Dragon Emperor's expression changed. He discovered that there was blood at the corner of Daoist White Tiger's mouth, revealing a satisfied expression. Not only was the Golden Crow Great Emperor's blood sacrificed on the Heavenly Gate, but a portion was also devoured by Daoist White Tiger. He was the closest just now, so he obtained this opportunity. Originally, he was one of everyone's hunting targets, and he was already extremely weak. In the end, after replenishing his essence blood, he actually recovered more than half of his strength. You all saw it too. That Golden Crow isn't considered perfect, but his blood is also useful, widening the opening of the Heavenly Gate quite a bit. Why don't we calm down and send the divine body on its way first? The Beast God suggested. I have no objections. Daoist White Tiger nodded. After drinking the blood, he gained confidence, and had long since calmed down. He was no longer afraid. Then it's settled. We'll get rid of him first. Before that, we're not allowed to attack each other. This time, we have to abide by the agreement, said the Myriad Dragon Emperor. The purple gold Emperor weapon above his head flickered with terrifying light. Human race's divine body, we want you to help us open this gate. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The phoenix-winged golden centipede flickered with scarlet light and let out a merciless roar. The 4 supreme beings cut off the path to immortality and blocked Yi Fan there. Each of them revealed their killing intent, and they wanted him to attack the heavenly gate. Otherwise, they would kill him together. Yi Fan's eyes flickered, and with a wave of his hand, that green copper cauldron descended and appeared in his palm. It was sparkling and translucent, and it shone with auspicious light. Boom! Suddenly, before Yi Fan could do anything, the heavenly gate behind him slowly opened, revealing a bizarre and dazzling immortal world. Chapter 1766. The heavenly gate opened, a boundless world appearing. Was that immortal domain? The mountain peaks were boundless, as tall as the heavens. Divine vines and immortal trees grew, giving off an ancient feeling, as if they had already grown for millions of years. However, why was there a layer of mist pervading the air? It seemed extremely far away. Everyone wanted to see through it, but it was too vague, impossible for them to understand. Hong! A resplendent rain of light poured over, as if divine flowers were blooming one after another, resplendent and fervent. The radiance illuminated the endless ages, crossing over the entire history of creatures. Is this really immortal domain? In that instant, there were ancient supreme beings whose voices were trembling. After hiding for millions of years, did they finally see immortal domain? It left everyone pleasantly surprised and alarmed, feeling like this wasn't real. Is this immortal domain, the place we all dream of entering? 10,000 Dragon Emperor said. Supreme beings had also been young before, also like Yi Fan, blood energy surging like a sea, standing at the very peak of their eras, revered by all life, lofty sentiments endless, looking down on the 9 heavens 10 earths. They had dreams, passions, grand ambitions, but all of this was ultimately erased on the path of immortality, giving up and letting go of too much. Their loved ones, friends, beauties, they all left them one after another, turning into yellow earth. Only they themselves, for the sake of survival, did everything fair or foul, living with great difficulty, enduring torment. What was the reason? It was all for this moment, to ascend to immortal domain, truly achieve immortality. Now, the time had come, their dreams becoming reality. Why did their eyes become blurry? There were tears that scattered down. Daughter. 10,000 Dragon Emperor released a heart-tearing lung-splitting roar. He looked towards immortal domain, and then suddenly stared at Yifan, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. For the sake of achieving immortality, he gave up everything, including Dragon Girl. When she died, they were all asleep, unknowingly accumulating power. Now, when he looked back, he felt endless pain. Ha ha ha. White Tiger Daoist roared with laughter, almost going mad. His head of snow-white hair was like a mess. In the end, even tears came out from his eyes. How many old brothers, how many companions had previously fought alongside him, risking life and limb with him? In the end, he succeeded, while those closest to him had long become withered bones, lying on that path of death. He ascended to the peak, yet there was no one to accompany him in this dazzling scenery. At this moment, why do I feel so disappointed, even feeling a bit of pain? Another supreme being released a long, bleak sigh. He was clearly standing at the most glorious peak, but he lacked the people of the past. He was lonely and independent, without kinship, friendship, and love. He only had a few opponents left. Could it be that the most important thing is the journey? At the instant my wish is fulfilled, there's only the loneliness of eternity left. I'm unwilling to accept this, I yearn to share glory with all of you. I wonder if time can turn back again. I want to bring all of you here, to enter the immortal realms with me. Boom. A muffled thunderous noise woke everyone up. The immortal ascension cauldron flew out, wishing to smash into immortal domain, but in the end suffered a heavy blow. There were immortal Dao symbols flickering about that entrance. Huh? What happened? The few of them were shocked. The immortal ascension cauldron was stuck in front of the heavenly gate, unable to advance or retreat. It violently trembled, symbols about to be engraved on it one after another, changing all of the divine chains of natural laws within the cauldron's walls. Is this the baptism of immortal ascension? Stop it. Several supreme beings roared. This was achieving immortality. The rain of light was endless, all of it entering the green copper cauldron, making it look more and more divine. Many symbols were engraved on the cauldron walls, wishing to make it transform and sublimate. Several great supreme beings slaughtered their way over, wishing to stop all of this. It was because the number of immortal ascension spots was limited. If the green copper cauldron occupied a spot, then they would lose a bit of hope. At this time, not even Yifan was their greatest enemy. Hong. Blazing light rushed over, all of it striking the cauldron. Several individuals joined hands, wishing to shatter it. Yifan naturally wouldn't watch with folded arms. Forget about everything else, just from his relationship with the divine child, he couldn't just watch as the forbidden secret methods were displayed, killing those great supreme beings. This place immediately became chaotic, a chaotic battle erupting. Divine techniques flew about, natural laws covering everything densely, interweaving streak after streak, forming a brilliant web of light. Am I destined to become an artifact? I don't want to go in like this, help me break free. Suddenly, a divine will transmitted from the immortal ascension cauldron, directly entering Yifan's sea of consciousness. At this crucial moment, the will in the green copper cauldron was full of unwillingness and unyielding, wishing to transcend. It wasn't willing to just be a weapon. Hong. The green copper cauldron was struck out by those supreme beings, difficult for it to remain for a long time. Roar, a white tiger rushed over, entering the heavenly gate, replacing the green copper cauldron. In the end, the same thing happened, stuck there. Immortal Dao symbols flickered, entering his body. Ah, this was a type of bitter pain, actually about to erase his original great Dao, the order of another realm about to replace it. However, how could the Dao of a great emperor be destroyed just like that? It was an intense confrontation. All of the white tiger Daoist's flesh exploded, symbols flickering. He almost exploded on the spot. This was a type of painful transformation, making one's blood run cold. It was as if he was going to be crushed and then reconstructed. An endless rain of light rushed out, entering the white tiger's body, as well as the flesh of Yi Fan and those supreme beings, incomparably pure and holy. Yi Fan had a type of realization. It was just like what he thought when he established the Dao back then. When he broke free from the original universe, everything would no longer exist. Meanwhile, would the past laws and Dao still hold? Now, it did. Everything was going to be erased. This was a type of terrifying great tribulation. No one knew if the transformation would succeed. Wenglong. The beast god, Blood Phoenix Mountain Supreme Being, and 10,000 Dragon Emperor took action together, not wishing for the white tiger to achieve immortality and unleash the most terrifying attack. Pooh! The giant white tiger exploded, its entire body covered in blood. Then, it rushed back, reconstructing its body in the distance, full of hatred and anger. It was interrupted like this, leaving him furious and helpless. He couldn't change this reality. Transformation needed time, but no one gave him the chance. Just like that, 10,000 Dragon Emperor, as well as the Phoenix-winged Golden Host Supreme Being from Blood Phoenix Mountain entered the heavenly gate one after another, but in the end, they were all blasted out by others. If they wanted to enter and transform, this process needed time. There was no way at all. No one was willing to let others achieve immortality first, so these individuals were stuck at the heavenly gate. Only Yi Fan didn't try, staying together with the Immortal Ascension Cauldron, hoping to find another way to break through. He wasn't willing to achieve immortality alone, because there were too many things he was worried about in this world. Meanwhile, these supreme beings had long abandoned everything. They only had a single goal in this life, and that was to enter immortal domain themselves. I suspect that this type of baptism will bring about inestimable changes. After all, it is to erase all traces of our imperial Dao. If there are any changes, our entire life's cultivation will go up in smoke. The beast god frowned. Wu, I suggest that we let one person enter first, see what kind of changes will happen to him, and then stop him at the final moment. The white tiger Daoist said, staring at Yi Fan. Those individuals immediately understood his intentions. They were going to use Yi Fan as an experimental subject. For the sake of safety, they definitely had to do this. Yi Fan was an expert of this level, destined to be a threat. Using his heaven sacrifice gate might be the best choice. The four of them surrounded him together. Do you think you can make me stay just because you all want to? Yi Fan laughed coldly. He held the Immortal Ascension Cauldron in his hand, taking millions and millions of steps with each step, hiding into the distance. Then, he took another step, unexpectedly leaving into the distance without even turning his head back. He was going to rush out of the immortal path and enter the original great cosmos world, abandoning everything here. Those individuals were stupefied. They then gave each other a look. Chase, leaving him behind will definitely be a disaster. Moreover, I truly feel that only an Emperor Dao expert can be at ease as an experimental subject, or else I will always feel apprehensive. Makes sense. If our Imperial Dao foundations are erased, yet we still can't achieve immortality, then wouldn't that be the most laughable and tragic conclusion? The immortal path was greatly shaken. Everyone slaughtered their way out, chasing after Yi Fan together. It was incredibly intense, divine light illuminating the starry sea. Within the mortal realm, everyone was shaken, all of them stupefied. What happened? Supreme beings clearly fought their way into the immortal path, so why did they slaughter their way out? Could it be that, the darkness chaos happened again? When they thought of this possibility, everyone's faces became pale, lacking the slightest bit of color. If this was the case, then this really was a world-ending battle. Bitter slaughter, emperor blood illuminating the starry sky. Yi Fan, do you think you can escape? The universe is boundless, there is no place for you. Hurry up and step on the immortal path with us. The beast god shouted. The people of the world didn't understand why he said this. Immortal ascension was a good thing, so why did the sacred body Yi Fan withdraw, even making several ancient sovereigns chase after him? There was definitely a great secret. Kill. Everyone slaughtered their way forward. Yi Fan's feet moved with the rose symbol art, breaking through the starry river, about to disappear in the blink of an eye. Even the ancient sovereigns couldn't catch up to him in terms of speed. Do you think you can escape? The white tiger Daoist sat down and began to make deductions. The 10,000 dragon emperor's eyes were ice-cold and ruthless. He can escape, but it won't be easy to catch him. However, he still has family and friends. Let's capture them one by one and see if he will turn back. These cruel words were cold enough to freeze the cosmos. They weren't just talking. They actually sat down together and began to make deductions together. Symbols flew up one after another, illuminating the cosmos, resplendent and intimidating. Yi Fan was shocked. For supreme beings joined hands, making a shadow appear in his heart. He quickly flew towards a certain region. I feel like he left behind a few imprints in this cosmos, establishing a few primal chaos realms. It's quite secretive. I found one. Let's lock onto it together, we can find it. Yi Fan stood under the starry sky, paying close attention and preparing to fight a bloody battle. Hong. Suddenly, a primal chaos world exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, countless casualties. Several supreme beings were like demon kings, trampling this space apart. The Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, Little Purple and the others fell out. They were all incredibly bewildered, and then they began to tremble because the blood energy of supreme beings covered the skies. You all are courting death. Yi Fan roared. He sensed the abnormality, immediately arriving at the scene, standing in front of everyone. Big brother. The little girl cried out from the back. No one expected that a supreme being would slaughter his way here. A gargantuan crisis descended. It's all my fault. The immortal ascension cauldron blamed itself. It knew that when it was reforming, the divine child was summoned away, leaving behind an opening when he broke through this primal chaos world. That was why the supreme beings found it now. Why aren't you running anymore? The white tiger Daoist laughed coldly. You killed my daughter, slaughtered my clansmen, do you still have a day like this? We'll settle this together, wipe out 10 of your clans. The 10,000 dragon emperor's voice was deep and cold. With a pu sound, the heavenly soldiers and generals in front of him were trampled into bloody paste. With his strength, any random movement could destroy a star domain. He purposely did this, wantonly displaying his might. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. The people I kill all have reasons to die, while you all, for your own selfish desires, for the sake of immortality, trample on all living things. In my opinion, none of you will become immortals in this world, all of you dreaming of breaking heaven's gates, forever having no fate with it. Yi Fan shouted, standing in front of him. Meanwhile, the Immortal Ascension Cauldron and All Life Source Energy Cauldron quickly collected people, protecting a group of old friends. Big brother, I will fight shoulder to shoulder with you. The little girl walked up. Even though her little face was full of childishness, she was extremely serious. Chapter 1767. All of the Supreme Beings' expressions changed. They stared at the little girl, all of them seeing that she was extraordinary. This was an unmatched great emperor's Dao fruit. Hung. Someone released a cold snort, pressing forward. The great supreme beings trampled through this realm. In the end, there were still quite a few heavenly soldiers and generals that landed near them. Right now, the four of them were extremely ruthless, raising their hands and grabbing forward. They were establishing their might. Even though they saw the little girl, even though Yi Fan was blocking in front of them, they still took action. Pooh! Bloody light erupted, lives howling in grief. These individuals cruelly crushed over 100 heavenly soldiers and generals in front of Yi Fan's face. Blood surged high into the air, the blood-soaked white bones turning into ashes, the scene too horrible to endure. Yi Fan couldn't save these people. They were too far away, right in front of those individuals. He could only watch as their souls scattered. Killing intent surged in his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Even though most of the troops were protected by Yi Fan into the cauldron, this type of tragedy still happened. Over 100 heavenly soldiers and generals died miserably, making a raging flame burn within him. You all are bad people. The little girl pointed forward with her fine and elegant finger. Even though her large eyes were flickering, she also seemed extremely angry and emotional. Those heavenly soldiers and generals were all big brothers for her, extremely familiar with them. They died just like that, making the little fella furious. There is no need for the little girl to fight. Yi Fan gently rubbed her head, putting her into the Immortal Ascension cauldron as well. The little girl was strong, but when facing so many supreme beings, there was a chance that she would be in danger. Shua! Yi Fan brought everyone away, not fighting an intense battle with them. Where do you think you are going? The four great supreme beings roared. They chased downwards, using everything they had to lock onto a strand of Yi Fan's imprint, wishing to kill Yi Fan. Just like that, they crossed large amounts of starry seas, entering countless star systems, causing great destruction. In the end, Yi Fan stopped. He faced the Immortal Ascension cauldron and said, "You leave." He released a divine will, telling it a set of coordinates, having it seal everyone into another primal chaos realm to carry out hibernation. Meanwhile, he himself stopped, stopping the four great supreme beings, cutting off their path forward. Oh, it's good that you stopped. Follow us to the Immortal's path. Otherwise, if we chase after that cauldron now, it won't be able to hide. What's there to say? Kill them all. Drag them onto the path of immortal ascension and use their blood to enlighten them. The 10,000 Dragons Emperor was the most heartless of all. His daughter had died in the hands of Yi Fan. If not for the sake of becoming an immortal, he would have made his move long ago. Now that there was a chance, how could he let it go? I'll go with you to the path of immortalization. Yi Fan said calmly. He believed that as long as the Immortal Ascension cauldron entered the primal chaos realm this time, it wouldn't leave behind any traces of flaws. It was because it had already reconstructed itself, no longer the divine child of the past. Now, all they needed was time. They couldn't let the four great supremes continue their pursuit. Seeing that the Dragon Emperor was still determined to kill, the remaining three stopped him. Not allowing him to act on his emotions, they surrounded Yi Fan and forced him to step onto the immortal path. Oh, where did that golden crow go? It would be even better if we could capture it as well. He should have finished crossing the tribulation. He must have gone into hiding after being seriously injured. He only left a portion of his imprint in this cosmos. This great emperor of his is a bit flawed and can't be considered complete. Ha! The Immortal Pass, Primal Chaos Cave, and Reincarnation Gate hadn't closed yet they were forced in again. They stood in front of the Heavenly Gate and wanted to force Yi Fan inside. They wanted to see the results. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. There were people in the Immortal Gate who were currently transforming and breaking through. It's two people. One was a monk with a kind expression and dignified appearance. The other was an elder who was transcendent and otherworldly. He gave off a type of inaction and natural feeling. Yi Fan was shocked. He recognized these two. One was the Sakyamuni Buddha, and the other was the old man. During the darkness chaos back then, these two people also participated in the battle. However, they didn't fight in close combat, but only used techniques from a distance. Towards these two deities, he felt extremely complicated emotions. He had always wanted to find them and had many questions he wanted to ask them. However, now that he himself was in the Supreme Being realm, he discovered that he no longer had to meet them. Moreover, the original hope, reverence, and other things had long disappeared. You all really are quite fast, wishing to seize this chance to rush into immortal domain. Aren't you all a bit too optimistic? Hong. One of the four took action, about to kill them. The Sakyamuni Buddha and the old man coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, their bodies shining. They were stuck there, only able to passively deal with the situation. Wu, don't be in such a rush. Let's take a look first. They are just starting to transform, isn't this the result we were hoping to see? It's fine as long as we stop them at the crucial moment. The white tiger Daoist sneered. Those two entered at the same time. Right now, all of their bones were shattering, flesh destroyed and reconstructed. Their Tao foundation was being destroyed, and mysterious symbols were pouring in. Wu, the Tao traces are about to be erased. Could it be that what replaced them is the immortal Tao foundation? The four great supreme beings all watched in shock. Even Yi Fan's eyes revealed a strange light. We shouldn't accidentally let them achieve immortality. At that time, it will be a great disaster for us. That won't happen. Even though there are mysterious symbols pouring in, I don't feel like they are becoming stronger. In front of the heavenly gate, several people were carefully observing. They wanted to comprehend the final secrets of becoming immortals. Wu, these two's origins aren't small. I almost made an error in judgment. I feel like they are a bit familiar. One is the corpse of the celestial being revived, and he almost achieved the Tao in a different way. He is the moral celestial being of the mythological era. When the beast deity spoke this name, everyone's eyes erupted with radiance. Yi Fan was speechless after hearing this. It really was like this. His previous speculation had come true. The old man was once an ancient celestial being, and he could be called a Tao sovereign. The Tao scripture might have been left behind by him. This monk's flesh is that of a present world person, but his divine sense is a bit strange. It is as if it was born from some type of mental power. The dragon emperor frowned. He is half an Amitabha Buddha. The white tiger Daoist suddenly said. His eyes erupted with radiance as he stared at the Sakyamuni Buddha. Everyone knew that the Buddhist divine abilities were unrivaled. There were many secret methods, and the use of mental power in particular had long reached the pinnacle of perfection. There had been rumors that the Amitabha Buddha had never truly died. His divine will lived in the hearts of all living beings, and one day, he would reunite and reappear in this world. He only gathered half of it, and he broke free from the past. It can be called the Amitabha Buddha's reincarnation, and it can also be said to be his demonic shell. Where is the other half? The great supreme being's words were universally shocking. It was because they were too powerful, and because they understood enough, they immediately made this type of deduction. Yi Fan was speechless. Only today did he completely understand the origins of these two legendary ancients. The immortal laws have begun to erase their great emperor's traces. The two of them both encountered unimaginable disasters. The old man's flesh was destroyed, and the Sakyamuni primordial spirit was almost extinguished. This made the Supreme Being's blood run cold. However, there were new symbols that were replenished, and as much as they were extinguished would be reignited. However, no matter how they looked at it, it was a bit strange. The Amitabha Buddha's will and the Tao sovereign's flesh are both going to be baptized. There won't be any great emperor's traces left behind. Those individuals sighed with astonishment. When they thought about themselves, wouldn't they suffer a double baptism? Their cultivation would be completely lost. Replenishing immortal domain's natural law divine traces left them worried. Their transformations should stop here. Don't let them truly achieve immortality. It was because at this time, everyone discovered that the two of them were becoming more and more resplendent, as if they were going to burn. They shed their mortal bodies and exchanged their bones, undergoing intense transformations. In addition, they released a type of supreme aura. Hong. This was a disaster. The two of them were blasted out, their bodies covered in blood, almost blasted to pieces. Even though Yi Fan tried to stop them, wishing to lend them a helping hand, he still failed, forced out. The two of them suffered serious injuries, almost completely erased. Gotcha. After the two of them reassembled, they actually broke apart many times. This world didn't seem to accept them, the immortal domain natural laws that were replenished useless in this world. What is going on? They seem to have suffered serious injuries because of this. The great supreme beings were alarmed, feeling more and more reverence towards Heaven Gate. Chi. The Sakyamuni and the old man chose to temporarily join hands, the two of them holding hands. One's divine will was overturned, the other's flesh seriously injured. Only by joining hands like this could they display the power of a single person. Even though they suffered a disaster, they were still extremely calm, not saying a single word, not saying much. Something is strange. Why is immortality a bit terrifying? Could it be that once one crosses it, they will never be accepted by the original world? The Beast Emperor's eyes were cold. He felt like something wasn't right. Human race's sacred body, it is your turn now. Go and achieve immortality. The white tiger Daoist pointed, forcing him in, wishing to continue observing. It was because the Sakyamuni duo's changes were too strange, a bit alarming. You all aren't scared that I might accidentally achieve immortality, and then destroy this gate in another realm, destroying all of your hopes? A hint of ridicule appeared on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. Sigh. When it heard these words, the phoenix wing gilded hoe released a light sigh, not replying. Instead, it looked through the endless void, wishing to see through Big Dipper's great restricted regions. They actually haven't come yet. Could it be that they still don't believe us? Wu, we wish to use the sacred body as an experiment, yet they think we are also experimental subjects. The Beast Emperor frowned. We can't care so much anymore. How will we know if we don't try? We already don't have much time, the Dragon Emperor shouted, wanting to force Yi Fan in. Yi Fan was naturally unyielding. A great battle began. Laozi and Sakyamuni also joined in, causing this place to immediately erupt. Blood splattered everywhere, and countless immortal lights danced about. Boom! The immortal ascension cauldron smashed over, returning once again. Father, we've come to help you. Little Violet actually came as well. Not only her, but Ji Ziyue also came. The two of them had special constitutions, and with the help of the immortal ascension cauldron, they arrived in front of Yi Fan and entered his phenomenon. They immediately mobilized all the light and essence energy in the world to replenish Yi Fan's needs. Their bloodlines were too special. One was a Yuan spiritual body, while the other was a Yuan spiritual sacred body. The source of all living things was connected to them, forming a kind of bridge that allowed Yi Fan to communicate with the source. At this moment, with the immortal ascension cauldron in hand, Yi Fan was actually about to successfully counterattack and escape from this place. Blood splattered everywhere, and the battle was incomparably intense. Little Violet and her mother hid in the immortal ascension cauldron, while the cauldron floated within Yi Fan's phenomenon, drawing upon the source of all living things and releasing immortal Dao law fragments to protect and help Yi Fan. The situation was turning for the better, and Laozi and Sakyamuni were also fighting. However, something shocking happened again. The auras of two primordial beasts covered the sky and earth. Another two supreme beings had appeared, and together with the beast god and the others, they blocked Yi Fan, wanting to force him into the path of immortals. You two go in. Yi Fan suddenly made such a decision, and let Ji Ziyue and his daughter enter the heavenly gate. Yi Fan. Ji Ziyue called softly. When Yi Fan came alone, she knew that he was most likely in danger, and she wanted to live and die with him. But her daughter was also unwilling to leave. Were they finally going to face this situation now? There won't be any danger. You two go in. Yi Fan's tone was firm. He directly flipped the cauldron and pushed the two into the heavenly gate. Huh? How could this be? Almost at the same time, everyone was shocked. The mother-daughter pair seemed to have expended almost no effort. Runes flickered all over their bodies, and they stepped through the heavenly gate, walking into the immortal domain. What? Why is it like this? Could it be because they haven't become emperors and don't have the foundation of the imperial Dao, so they don't need to be killed? The white tiger Daoist went crazy. Impossible. They haven't become emperors, yet they aren't restricted. Have they become immortals? I can't accept this. The Beast Emperor roared. Chapter 1768. The two girls became immortals, entering the immortal realm. This made the supreme beings go mad with hatred. How could it be like this? How could people who hadn't become emperors pass so easily? They were naturally unwilling, frantically taking action, wanting to fight their way in, even wanting to kill the mother and daughter pair through the heavenly gate. Unfortunately, it was useless. None of the natural laws could pass through the heavenly gate, they would be baptized, broken down and reconstructed. Ji Ziyue cried out, wanting to rush back. She didn't want to become an immortal, only wanting to be together with Yi Fan. She knew that it would be difficult for Yi Fan to enter, forcefully passing through would put her life in danger. Why could those with weaker cultivations pass through, while those with stronger cultivations had to suffer so much? No one could understand. Father! Little Purple also cried out, rushing back with Ji Ziyue, but they were stopped by the rain of light. They began to shine from head to toe, quickly completing a baptism. They were holy and pure, unable to pass through. Hong! The heavenly gate became unstable, actually showing signs of collapse. This made everyone anxious. 2 or 3 people could become immortals in one world. This was like a demonic curse resounding in everyone's hearts, making the supreme beings nervous and anxious, feeling extremely uneasy. No matter how they attacked, they just couldn't pass through. If they wanted to become immortals and cross the heavenly gate, they had to accept the baptism. A great battle couldn't be avoided. Yi Fan wanted to see his wife and daughter one last time, but he suddenly felt a wave of sadness. This was actually going to be an eternal farewell. It was too sudden. Everything today was not up to him, he was forced to this step. Becoming an immortal was originally a beautiful wish, and now it came true. However, he had to be separated from his wife and daughter in 2 worlds, not a bit of beauty or auspiciousness at all. It only made him feel a wave of coldness, his mind becoming unstable, a wave of uncontrollable sorrow surging out. Father, we want to be together with you. Little Purple cried out, but she couldn't pass through that gate, blocked by the rain of light. Their transformation was complete. Yi Fan. Ji Ziyue reached out her hands, her eyes full of tears. How could they separate so suddenly? They only came to help out, yet they became immortals just like that. If they had a choice, they wouldn't be willing to become immortals at all. This was a type of great grief, they would never be able to meet Yi Fan again. Ah, the great supreme beings roared out. They felt even more pain inside. They waited for endless ages, yet this was the result? Sovereign Dao sovereigns could not become immortals, yet 2 mortals in their eyes had taken that step. The unstable gate of heaven was shaken by the attack, but it was still difficult to open it. The supreme being was sad and helpless. She had schemed for her whole life and used all kinds of means to survive until now, but she was left with regrets. She watched the fireworks of a prosperous era, but in the end, it was all empty. Kill. The few of them charged forward with all their might. Yifan also wanted to gaze at his wife and daughter for a moment longer, but the four venerables were in the way. This battle was unavoidable, and it was even more intense than before. Unfortunately, there was no result in the end. Seeing that the gate of heaven was unstable, they became even more anxious. One more spot. The White Tiger Daoist, the Beast Emperor, and the others rushed forward together, wanting to fight their way in. They blocked the heavenly gate together, neither going up nor down, and were stuck there. Boundless light of the Tao rushed over. Yifan took action coldly, slapping forward with the Immortal Ascension Cauldron. As a result, the four of them cried out loudly, attacking again. They were full of hatred, grief, and madness. At this critical juncture, if they didn't charge in now, then they really wouldn't have the slightest chance. However, with Yifan guarding outside, they couldn't do anything unless three of the four of them helped one of them guard this gate. Dao friends, since you all came, if you aren't willing to fight over this immortal gate, could you help me hold back the others? If I become an immortal, I will definitely guide you all into the immortal domain. The four of them couldn't hold back any longer. They seemed to have transmitted sound at the same time, asking for help from the two great supreme beings who rushed over. Now, anxiety spread throughout their hearts. Every single one of them was drenched in cold sweat, anxious to the point where it was difficult to endure. The two of them sighed. They knew that they couldn't enter in this world no matter what. The gate of heaven was already unstable, and there wasn't enough time. Meanwhile, they still hadn't reached their peak, so they didn't want to waste their lives here. They calmly turned around to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye, decisively leaving. Ah, holy physique, what exactly do you want? The beast god roared. No one would have thought that at the final juncture, the holy physique would instead become their greatest obstacle in advancing into the immortal domain. Even if I don't take action, only one of you can enter. How are the other three going to face this? Will you just watch? Yifan asked in reply. As he said these words, he kept looking at the other realm within the gate of heaven. There were two pairs of hands that were trying their best to reach out, but they couldn't reach it no matter what. Benefactor, you should go in. We will help you block for a moment. Shakyamuni and the old man walked over, actually about to take action. Several hundred years had passed, and these two people had long reached great heights. They were many times more terrifying than they were in the past, and they had the qualifications to fight a great battle against a supreme being. Father! Little Violet shouted with hope, her face full of longing. Yifan's heart trembled. He looked at his wife and daughter, and really wanted to take a step forward. However, he thought of those promises. He had to lead the celestial court into battle. If he left, what would happen to those people in the future? He didn't need to think to know that if he became an immortal now, the four supreme beings would definitely launch the most terrifying dark chaos. Not a single person from the celestial court would live, and they would all be found and killed. Taking a step back, even if these four people didn't have much life left and might not be able to hold on until they found the celestial court, there were still Supreme Emperor Dao powerhouses in the life-forbidden zone. They had great enmity with him, and if he wasn't here, the celestial court would still die. Yifan. Jizu's white face was full of despair and sadness. She knew that she understood Yifan, and understood his heart. What else could she say now? She could only let out a heart-shaking cry. I will become an immortal, see you in the future. In the end, he only said these 8 words. Something seemed to be stuck in his throat, and his eyes were a little blurry. These 8 words determined the rest of his life. This was a separation of life and death, and it meant that they would be separated forever. Perhaps it could be said that they would never see each other again. The path to immortality couldn't be opened all the time, and the next time might be millions of years later. These 8 words were as heavy as a mountain, suffocating Yifan, and his body was trembling. "Father, I really can't leave you," little Violet cried. Jizue's eyes were already blurred by tears. She was filled with helplessness and sadness. She said softly, "I've been very happy these years with you. I will wait for you." "Ah," Yifan roared, and his black hair stood on end. He was sad and helpless. He wanted nothing more than to smash the sky with a punch, break through the heavenly gate, and kill his way in, but he couldn't. "Seniors, please become immortals and take care of them for me." In the end, Yifan roared these words and pushed Shakyamuni and Laozi in. He suddenly turned around and faced the 4 supreme beings alone. "Father." Little Violet's face was covered in tears as she struggled and shouted. "Your father made his own choice. The brothers and sisters of the Celestial Court can't leave him. He has to fulfill his promise, and in the future, we will meet again." Jizue comforted her, but her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Her tears kept flowing. They looked at him in a daze, enduring the pain. Shakyamuni and Laozi didn't want to become immortals like this, but Yifan used the Immortal Ascension Cauldron to smash them in. They were blocked in the gate to be baptized and transformed. The Beast God, Dragon Emperor, White Tiger Daoist, and the others were naturally furious. In their despair, they displayed their strongest battle strength and fought here. Yifan's body was covered in blood. He collapsed several times, but he refused to retreat and used the Immortal Ascension Cauldron to resist. Boom! Inside the heavenly gate, a flood surged out. It was formed by a rain of light. It swept Jizue and Little Violet away and they disappeared into the Golden Sea. Those were their last 2 cries. They waved their hands with all their might, sad and helpless. Their tears fell like rain. Tears rolled down Yifan's eyes as he shouted, "I love you all." He wasn't someone who was good at expressing his emotions. He had never said these words until this moment. He faced the world inside the heavenly gate. Jizue smiled. It was a happy smile, but also a sad smile. They had known each other for close to 1,000 years, but she had always understood his feelings. At this moment, she wanted to shout something, but in the end, a golden rain of light drowned them. Boom! The heavenly gate collapsed. The lower half of Shakyamuni and Laozi's bodies were cut off on this side, while the upper half entered the celestial domain. They had narrowly passed this stage. There are only 2 or 3 people who can become immortals in one life. I can't accept this. An eternal lie. The 4 supreme beings roared angrily and attacked Yifan in a frenzy. At this time, the path of immortality began to collapse. Endless cracks extended outwards. The heavenly gate closed, and everything would no longer exist. This world had ended. Boom! With a final loud sound, the entire path of immortality exploded. A rain of light scattered everywhere. It was like a dream, and nothing was left. The 4 supreme beings rushed up and chased after Yifan in a frenzy. They wanted to fight to the death with him. They were in complete despair. There was no longer any hope in this life. They had worked hard for their entire lives and fought for thousands of years, but in the end, it was such a disappointing ending. There was no chance of ever stepping on the path of immortality again. How could they not feel grief and fear? I want to be free. I don't want to be an ignorant weapon anymore. I'd rather be an ordinary person and break free. The Immortal Ascension Cauldron said to Yifan. Alright, I'll help you. Yifan said. He stared at the 4 supreme beings and wanted to borrow their hands to break the cauldron. He really wanted to use this chance to kill the 4 of them. Heavens, someone really became an immortal. Ascending with multicolored light, immortal ascension in broad daylight. At this moment, a rain of light scattered down from the path of immortality, rushing towards various parts of the cosmos. It was incomparably brilliant, and it looked as if there were immortals dancing. It was as if the immortal world was opening and linking up with this world. When he saw all of this, Yi Fan could only sigh in sorrow. His face was full of sadness. It was too sudden. He was separated from his wife and daughter just like that. Would he ever meet them again in this life? The next time the path of immortality opens, it will be 1,000,000 years from now. Within the life-restricted region, there was a long sigh. There was regret, as well as desolation and helplessness.